Oh. Ooh. Hey, y'all. Oh, I did that already. Okay. Just making sure. Hola, hola. I done made me some chicken and some macaroni and cheese. And I think I put a little bit too much pepper because I feel some indigestion or heartburn or something burning in my. Hey, hola, hola. Hello, Miss Rhodes. Everybody. Hello. Hi, Mari. You know what's crazy? It's some people that go by Miss Frizzle or Mr. Frizzle on TikTok. I think that's funny. I do. I think that's crazy. I seen it the other day, maybe a couple weeks ago. I saw somebody's name was, I think his name is Mr. Frizzle, something like that. I said that's cool. Hey, what just happened? Tell me what just happened because you are very excited, Sarah. Sarah wants to tell us what happened. What happened, Sarah? I'm ready to know. We need some news around here. What happened? Listen, hey everybody. Hola, hola. My stomach is so full right now. I know, they. Right, she got us all hot. Right, girl. We need more frizzles in these streets. We do. We do. We need more teachers that make learning fun and make it not an attack on your color. I got baptized again just now by my stepdad and my. Did y'all hear that? Sarah just got baptized. Hello, Sarah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do it. You said what? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You hear that? You hear that? We keep on getting them. That's real good. Congratulations. The heavens are rejoicing. You know it. You hear me? I'm excited. You hear me? Listen. And you don't want to be a part of this community. What's wrong with you? Anybody that don't want to be a part of WOIU is crazy. No, I'm just playing. They're not crazy, but I will question a little bit of your mental health because we don't have nothing but good stuff over here. Now, sometimes people have to get told off, and I had to go into the old circle, which I try not to bring her back alive ever. But other than that, every day is a good day here. You said, I'm trying to tell you, I'm so excited. I just feel like dancing and smiling, girl. You better put on, uh, take the shackles off my feet so I can dance by Mary Mary. Go on and put that on and bump it as loud as you can through the house. You hear me? That's what I need you to do. Uh-huh. Take the shackles off my feet by Mary Mary. I don't know if you know it, but if you do, put all the bass into it. Put all the bass. You got to let the beat drop. Okay? You hear me? You understand? Go on and dance. If you feel like dancing, David, dance for God. It's okay. You hear me? Because that means that you feel lighter. Your soul is rejoicing. Let the body move with it, girl. Honey, I'll be listen. It'll be so much gospel playing in there. Listen, you hear me? All the good oldies, all the good stuff that make you want to move around because you have a reason to dance. You have a reason to in real life. You hear me? Yeah, that's a good praise song, baby. And me and my kids, when the morale in my house used to be bad, I already know what to do. I'm gonna get it smelling like food in here. Hey, pumpkin, and then I'm gonna turn on Mary Mary. I just want to be happy. I can't think of the old ones back in the day, but like all the Kurt Carr stuff, yeah, it's gonna get you going. The Kurt, if you put on any Kurt Carr, if you need to get down into your emotional bank, okay, and whatever that is, if you need some joy, if you need some thinking music, you need some Kurt Carr, honey. Yeah, yeah, Kurt Carr for sure. And the people that sing "It's by God's Grace," you should play that too. I hope you're writing this down. It's by God's grace. You gotta bump that too. What is the people is it Trinity 357 or something like that? I think it's Trinity 357. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to bump them. Bump them in the background if you can while you in class. I don't know if you on your phone or the T. Trinity 57. Oh, okay. Okay, not Trinity 357, but Trinity 57. Okay, so 357. Got it. I knew it was something like that. Y'all know who I was talking about. Y'all know. Okay. I need you to that. Go on and put them on now while we in class, girl. Woo! Listen, and Ty Tribbett, yes, definitely Ty Tribbett. Definitely anything Ty Tribbett. It's gonna take you through all the emotions you need to feel. What is on my glasses? Probably some dang chicken juice. That's what's on my glasses is chicken juice. I know it is. Greedy self. Don't make no sense. Can't see because you got chicken juice on your glasses. Or hot sauce. One of the two. Look, what is that? Some chicken juice. Probably. Greedy self. Oh, Lord. Okay, here we go. Did I scratch the dang glasses? Y'all, pray for CERCA, because y'all know I'm rough with all kinds of stuff. These glasses ain't but a few months old, baby. I think I got scratches on them already, and y'all done sent me every kind of case. And they still be just bad. Sorry. It is what it is. I'm still new. I ain't even been in the glasses game a whole 5 years, 4 years yet, so give me a break. Give me a break. Good evening. Kurt Carr, Trinity 57, Tasha. Yes, honey. Any of them. We had a baptism, y'all. Sarah got baptized. You see? Okay. Tell me that you wouldn't rather be a part of this than tearing people down. This is a better deal, is it not? Uplifting, encouraging, strengthening, crying, being there to console a person. Watching stuff like this happen, baptisms, little babies becoming deacons at 5 years old. Okay, y'all kids sneaking in class or asking y'all questions about stuff that they swear up and down they didn't want to hear, but then they be sneaking and listening. Hello. All you had to do was live it first and quit talking about it. So if you started to live it and quit talking about you as a Christian, but now you actually live as a person that follows Christ's ways and and God's laws to the best of your ability, to the ones that you know, and you're learning others, it's a different feel. Because you're not trying to push people away from God. You're constantly trying to not even push, but persuade them, not manipulate, not deceive, but by you living real life experiences, them seeing you experience emotion, you just not always sanctified, ain't nothing ever wrong. Nah, nigga, I'm about to spaz out. And I got to go in this closet and pray. And when I come out of here, I'm going to be a different person because I'm about to go to jail. I'm about to go to jail. You think I'm crying because they hurt my feelings? No, I'm crying because I want to hurt them and I can't. I thought she was a Christian. I'm telling you the truth, ain't I? Oh, you want me to lie? Okay, so you don't want me to be a Christian for real. You said, girl, me at work today, but God, okay. And I didn't even know, sister. I didn't even know. But I didn't been there. I mean, you see me at work all the time. I'll be like, God, please help me. And y'all know my God, please help me face now. Y'all know what that is. Y'all know exactly what it looks like. My 13-year-old always saying, he not going to watch with me, but then you in here cracking up. Wait a minute. You in here cracking up and repeating what CERCA say. I finally said, quit eavesdropping and come in and watch with me. You right, nephew. Quit playing. Like, you can come see your TT. Don't nobody listen. And bet not nobody say nothing to you. Listen. They over there doing, you over here, right. Come on in with your TT. Quit acting crazy. Get your pillow and get your pajamas on and get your blanket and get next to your mama. You playing. Mm-hmm. This is but that's what I said. Now, granted, auntie sometimes go a little too far, but that's why I be trying to use my other conversations, and so then we just be talking, you know. Like that man came in here earlier today and started trying to argue with me because we talking about trees. Did y'all see? And y'all see when I ignored him, he just left. Did y'all see? Did y'all pay attention? When I said, anyways, okay, so back to what we was talking about, he just eased on out of class. Y'all saw that? I didn't have to go back and forth. He was arguing with himself. He was arguing with himself, and we went right on with class. Because you, first of all, your name is in all caps on here. You didn't know what kind of trees we was talking about. Then you start talking about Christianity ain't this and ain't that. No, you're just mad because you can't read the room. If you would have been listening instead of trying to come in and argue with somebody, then you wouldn't have been making a fool out of your own self. You said resist the devil and he will flee. Look, Jamila and Sarah. So y'all just gonna type it at the same time from Canada and Florida? At the exact same moment, both of y'all typed word for word the exact same thing. Hello. You said your classes helped my daughter when she lives with a friend that had a seizure, and she said it was like she was fighting against herself. She told me to tell you thank you. Tell her I said you're welcome. That's God. He said, "CERCA, you in my business today. Gonna hug me real tight. You like it? Do it fit? Give you an extra tight hug today?" Mm-hmm. Some people be wanting you to hug their neck, but you can't do it. They say, hug my neck real, real hard. And I say, no. I am not going to hug your neck very hard. I am not going to do that. Please stop asking me. Because in translated terms, I'm about to choke the out of you if you don't get away from me. That's the Ebonics translation. Mm-hmm. Some of y'all might have heard that before. You see, some people, they say, I really want you to, I really want you to hug my neck real, real tight. No, no, no. Please don't keep asking me to do that. Please. Please. I have a decision to make. My son isn't growing, so I have a decision to make. C-section or let him pass on his own. Any scripture about God's will? Because the doctors, they always be thinking they be knowing stuff. And if he's not supposed to be there, God will come get him. You hear me? If he's not supposed to be there, God will come get him. They told me I was going to lose every single last one of my babies. They was going to be born with all these problems. And I just prayed against it and said, God, your will be done. Sometimes God be hiding them away, and then miraculous things happen. Mm-hmm. You hear me? Something. I cannot find this dang dot, so I don't know if it's on the edge of these lashes or my glasses. It might be the reflection. That might be it. Because I'm like, what is this right here? Do you hear me? Read all the scriptures about God's will be done. Seriously. But doctors don't know everything. And I'm only telling you because I didn't experienced it with me. Right, come on. This part. You don't know what God is going to do. That'd be more of a miracle that they said it and then he did something completely different. That'd be the miracle. So you let God decide. That's what I say. Unless it's hurting you. But if it's not, I will let God decide. His word is the last word. They can only give you a recommendation. And I don't know if you've been in here in classes, but there's people that have come in here and said the doctors gave them this amount of time to live, or their mama or their kid or whoever, and the parent, the kid, the person didn't outlive 20 years what they said they were supposed to do. So they don't know our ways. Yes, the author and the finisher, this part. Don't even let the devil get you upset, because whatever it is that happens, God is he's gonna take care of you emotionally and everything. All day long. I didn't seen it happen too many times, especially just with myself. I told y'all the doctors told my mama I would never have kids. I was like 12 or 13. They told her I would never have kids, and they had to do all these kind of biopsies and all of this crazy stuff. And baby, if I wouldn't have got these tubes out, I'd probably have 30 kids. I'd probably be pregnant right now if I was in a situation where I wouldn't be pregnant by the pill. I'm trying to tell you. Pray God's will in any situation, because then you don't feel the disappointment if it doesn't go the way you thought. They told my parents to abort my twin, which would have caused me to be aborted. Come on. They go on what they know. But like I told y'all, with my baby and with my body and with other people, I said, God, you made matter. Men don't even understand technically how you made matter. They're still trying to figure it out with bionic skin and all this so crazy stuff. The mechanics of making, if y'all know how to do it, tell me why them robots is so robot-y. They ain't figured it out. They be blinking out on the thing and stuff. The Katy Perry ones was they gotta get the eye together and all this other stuff. Oh, okay, so y'all still ain't figured out how to do something that God has been replicating. Y'all got to go through all this super califragilistic scientific stuff to do something that is simple as a quick statement that got a lot of us here is, can I just knock on the door? Don't even got to enter the door. Just knock on it. Okay? You getting me? But for them to do whatever they got to do, they got to go through all of this crazy stuff to try to recreate what God did. And all a person got to do is knock on the door in the right space, and there will be another person coming along. They don't even got to enter the door. Okay? So that's how you know they don't know. That's how you know if they are trying to get a brain to work and it won't. And they done been, however, for 97 years. And they can't bring a heart back. Once God say it don't beat no more, it don't. No matter how many shocks, no matter how much adrenaline, no matter whatever. When he says no more, it's no more. So if they knew what they said they knew completely, there would be no deaths. They can pump air into your lungs all day long. Once God calls that soul, that's it. And this is not against my medical community, but it's the truth. And anybody that's ever worked in an ER or any place like that, they know what it is. That's why it's called medical practice, because that's what they're doing still. Practicing medicine. God don't have to practice, he knows. He know what cells to speed up so they regenerate quicker. He know everything to do. He knows how to refract light so that an eye that they said is something in a way. God said, oh, I been light, don't worry about it. That's my testimony from my baby. They said she shouldn't be able to see out of her eye. God bent the light, baby. What you mean? He bent the light. He said, oh, ain't no light getting to the cornea or whatever. Let me go. And ain't no blood going back there. It's okay. I'm still going to bend the light. She's still going to be able to see. Mm-hmm. Listen, my niece was born at 1 pound. She in high school doing great. She's so smart and beautiful. This. My cousin came and my aunt's tubes were tied and she's 39 and I'm a rainbow baby 39. Come on. I was born weighing 2 pounds, still here. Come on. I was told I would never have kids. My son will be 14 November 1st. Come on. I've had so many miracles in the ER. The doctors, all of us, will pray before surgery. Come on. A lot of times when you're in the medical field, you put that first instead of putting God first. Yeah. Yeah. It's true. It's true. Yeah. Yeah. So understand, I'm not against medicine. Both of my parents are in medicine. But I also have seen miracles. I've seen too many miracles to know that they don't have the last say. Because think about the people that they called it, and 10 minutes later the person wake up and scare the hell out of everybody, and no brain damage, no nothing. Explain that. They didn't call it 10 minutes ago, and now the person is sitting up talking to everybody like everybody didn't just cry their worst cry they could ever cry. It happens. Maybe he just needed to talk to him for a minute. Waking up from comas after they told my parents to make arrangements. This part, Sarah said, I got one for you. So listen, we don't know what God gonna do, but we are praying with you. And whatever his will is, that's what we gonna pray. If y'all all right with that. We praying with you. You hear me? We are. Right? But we gotta learn to accept God's will. And his will ain't most times don't be what men say. Especially in a funeral home if they have a funeral. Listen. There's a guy in Africa that died for 5-6 minutes and he came back to life every time. I'm trying to tell you. It's been too many miracles in my life and the lives of others for me not to believe. There's nothing too hard for God, nothing too big for him, nothing. I'm about to make me some coffee. Dang, food baby and stuff. Listen, make it move just a little bit. No. That's what we here for. We here for the miracles. We like to see it. The bigger the challenge. Yeah, I gotta put one of those what you call them little things in my coffee pot. A descaler. So I've been getting myself. Y'all know I don't use the microwave for nothing. I got an old fashioned microwave because I don't ever use it. And I've been using it to warm up my water because I keep forgetting to go ahead and put the descaler in there. But every time I go to make my coffee, I'm like, dang it. So I'm gonna do it this evening because it takes like 12 rinses or some crazy stuff like that. I'm like, don't know, but that's like a lot of work, a whole lot of work. So I'm gonna do it tomorrow, or I might do it tonight before I go to bed, so I can run a couple of ones tonight and then some in the morning, right? But it's a whole tedious process. I thought it was gonna be put it in there, let it run through, whatever. They talking about like 12 rinses. Oh, I do not have time for that. To sit here through 12 cycles of not just a 1 cup, a freaking carafe full of water. What? You said, yeah, that's why I put off cleaning mine. Listen, I did not know. I said, see, I don't think my grandma had to go through all of this with her coffee maker. But they used to run vinegar and water through theirs and it would get it together. I said, see, that's why I just be, I'm about to give me a teapot. That's what I'm going to get. My daughters have one. I said, that's a good idea. I'll probably get that. Sorry, y'all. You said you use vinegar. I used to on my older ones, but I be thinking that they put some in these newer ones that make that, like, I don't know if it rushed out the whatever's going on the inside or what, because I'm figuring that they formulate this stuff for that specific reason, right? And I don't want to mess it up, because like with my Keurig, I was using vinegar and water, and for whatever reason, it stopped doing what it was supposed to do. It seemed like there was more corrosion after I did that, so I'm just trying to make sure that I don't mess this one up. You know, that's the goal. So I got the little tablets to clean it, so I'm hoping that it's effective. I have an electric teapot and I love it. I have an electric teapot, but that's in my survival stuff. My daughter's got the one that you put on the stove. And I kind of like the way they look, so I'll probably end up getting me one of them. That's what I'm thinking. I was using it while I was there. I got an electric. But I got the one that's the. Remember I showed it to y'all. It's like collapsible, you know. But that's in my survival stuff, so I don't want to unpack it. It's from my mobile kitchen. They made vinegar stronger and it gums up the plastic pieces and gaskets over a period of time. Okay, that's what I was thinking. It had to be something because it was like always after I would use the vinegar and water, even if I diluted it, it seemed like the machine started messing up even more. And no, this one is gonna last me a while, so I got to do it right. Right. Well, I didn't use the tablets in my Keurig, but I'm going to in this one. Okay, because I done had a lot of coffee maker, a ton. But that's why I used to buy my Keurigs at the Goodwill too. Because people buy them Keurigs, they use them for the winter time, and by March they don't use them no more. It was just, well, they started buying them in October because family is coming and grandma and papa, they drink coffee like that, but they really don't, right? And so then they go buy this expensive coffee maker. They use it from October, November, December, maybe January. And by that time, that's another new gadget. And they will take that 3-4 month old Keurig to the Goodwill to put something in. And yeah, sometimes they have the tags. They put the receipt in there. That's how I know they bought it 3 months ago. This is brand new. And that's when Keurigs was super, super high when you first, you know what I mean? Is I'm about to take it right on home and run my stuff through it, and I got a good 2 years with it. And they used it, and they probably didn't use it 10 times, 15 times in 90 days. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I bought it for $9, $10, maybe 20 at the most. Brand new. Oh yeah, sometimes the boxes ain't even open. Somebody bought it for them, a work gift or something like that, or they, whatever. They don't ever drink coffee. They don't drink tea. They don't want a big old clunky Keurig sitting up on their cabinets, and they give them away, right on to the Goodwill. And they ain't gonna put them but about $20 on it. I'm going on Saturday, and my homegirl work at the. I done made friends with all the people at the Goodwill, so they already know. I leave. I will go at 7 o'clock at night or 9 o'clock, like close to 9 when they about to close. Cause at 9 they're putting out all the stuff that's gonna be for the Saturday sale. Bet I already know I'm gonna be here before the doors open. I'm going right to my stuff. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yep. And did and used to find all the good brand. I told y'all, like a lot of my KitchenAid bowls and like my ice cream bowls. I found a lot of that stuff at the Goodwill for pennies on a dollar, and it wasn't nothing wrong with it. My yeah. Mm-hmm. Check there when you can, especially after a major holiday. Because some people are so vain they didn't even use it, but they just want the newest one, and they might say, "Okay, I'm not gonna be whatever," and have both of them, so they'll give that one away just to get the newer version, to keep up with the Joneses, and then I'm about to go in here and get it. My Goodwill has 99-cent Fridays on the color of the day, right? And baby, I miss going. But I don't need nothing in this house, so I don't go because I'm always gonna find something, so I just don't go. You said what? What do you mean? What are my thoughts about it? Hey, it's the Bible before the one that we all knew. Those are my thoughts. I got 3 different coffee pots for a housewarming gift, and when I moved my last apartment, I don't drink a drop of coffee. I donated them to the homeless shelter. Exactly. Yeah. Listen, anything I can find on a deal, I'm gonna take it. Mm-hmm. You got 30-cent books, that part. I did the 10 challenge a couple of weeks ago. After class, I was giving a brand new. Oh, you did the $10 challenge. And what you get new, Jamila? And then you got a new air conditioner for your apartment? I just talked to my brother, and he was reading Ephesians and what we read today. What do you think about it? What do you think about it? Look at y'all. I was able to talk to him about what we talked about in class. It was what he needed. You see why you can't? It was an on-time word. You see why you can't be greedy? You got to share what's on your plate. Hello. You got to share the spiritual food, but you ain't shoving it down their throat. If you just have the information available, right? Then whatever word comes forth for you is going to also be for the people around you. That makes me excited. Go ahead, little baby. Sarah done got baptized. We moving today. Jamila done got her a new air conditioner. You hear me? Listen. You said definitely what I need. Listen. You said yes, $580 air conditioner from someone I didn't even know. What? Sent through an accomplice you didn't. Did y'all hear that? Did you hear what she said? She did the $10 challenge and turned around and got a new a $580 air conditioner from somebody that she didn't even know, that sent it through somebody. Come on. And you don't want to come over here? Well, then fine. Since through an acquaintance, and they wouldn't tell me who it was, I told them thank you. Come on. Yes, I was happy. It's amazing that my family is slowly coming around. Prayer works and God is moving. I'm trying to tell you, you just got to live it for real. I told you, when they see the real change in you, not a churchy change, but they know you. Your family know you. Now, the pastor just started a series on demons. Girl, I was dropping knowledge from what I learned here. Thank you. You welcome. See? Not you teaching the church. Not you teaching the church. Oh, okay. Okay, you said what? See, this why somebody gotta go learn it. Do you hear me? Somebody gotta be the one that's gonna go get the food to bring it back. What you mean? Listen. And now you about to help a whole bunch of people get free. And they about to do that secret. Sister, can I talk to you for a minute? You know, I've been going through some things, and now you about to see. hmm The fish is on their way. Sister, is it all right if I get your number? You got an Instagram or something? I'm going to go on and invite. Matter of fact, you got an email on the church website? Okay, because I want to talk to you about some stuff. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's coming. That's the thing. You have to learn so you can help others. You hear me? Listen, it's a real, but guess what? Because y'all not afraid. Hey, nephew, I'm at work, got you playing loud at the register, Lord Jesus. So, you can't be scared. You gotta do it. Don't force it. You start to live it, and the fish will come to you. Because you got the bait. Do you realize all of your, come on, ministry initiated. I'm trying to tell, listen. God is going to give you the bait for the pond that you are in. Why would he give you bait for fish that are not there, that don't like any, they're not even going to bite? Hello? In your life experience, the things that you have gone through, first, you learning how to walk with God. Say, look, this is not about church. This is not about, do you want to have a relationship? It's different from religion. I'm not trying to tell you how to live, how to dress. I just want to know, do you want to learn the word with me? But do you also understand why the easy read version of the Bible is good too? Most people can read the word, but do you understand what you are reading? And that's the difference. So when you read it in the easy way, it's plain. Now you can read any version you want to, but whenever I'm studying with people, I'm always going to read the easy read version. Even to little kids. They can understand that, and that's why I use it. Because what good is it me saying all these big words that it's just, you hear me? You need to understand, and that is the thing. When you understand, okay, then you can apply, and then your life can change. How many of y'all done went to church and the pastor was up there doing what they was doing, and you didn't understand nothing? You didn't understand how to apply nothing that they said to your life, or how even any of the stuff that they said even applied. Like you was looking around like, who he talking to? Didn't know he was talking to you. Keisha sent me. Katie said, me. You said that old text was too hard to digest. But this one hit you in your throat, nephew, don't it? And you be like, I think I need some water. Hello, is somebody in here with me? You said, truly, I didn't understand until I came here. Listen, you said, me and my auntie church going up. I didn't know what the heck she was talking about ever. You know what, Riz? You just like putting on your stockings and getting dressed up, then you? And going to eat the snacks during the intermission. You said, Circa, we need some you said, ask me about WOIU merch. Hilarious. Not ask me about don't ask about WOIU. Ask about Jesus. Ask me about Jesus. Ask me about God. Anything, any question, I'm open for it. Whatever you want me to know, just tell me. For sure be ready to cry in a pillow. And bite it, nephew. You gotta cry and bite it. This part. You hear me? Like, where did this come from? They was doing this mess in the Bible. He said, you doing it right now. That's why I see you in your throat like that. Hello. This is stupid. I'm telling you. Listen. Listen. You could be so disappointed in yourself. And I'm talking about not nothing big, but little stupid stuff. And you be like, why? And that little bitty thing causes such a huge thing that it will make you like, you be spazzing. And I know, because I have done it. Like, why did I do that? Like, why? Like, why? You know what I'm saying? It don't even got to be nothing big or nothing. It could be small stuff. Like somebody say, can I call you tonight? And you hear whisper God say no. And you say, and they say, can I? And you say, yeah, you can. He said say no. But you know what's going to happen? If they continue to call you, in 3 months you're going to be calling on Jesus. Hello? Hello. Asking him why he didn't warn you. Call Tyrone. Listen. Listen. You'll be calling on the Lord in a minute like, can you please get them away from me? No, I don't know what happened. He said you ignored what I said. Now they won't leave you alone, so now you won't leave God alone. But at first you was ignoring everything he said. But now the person is stalking you and acting crazy and talk about you can't go be nowhere else but over here, even though they not treating you right. And so now you begging God to remove them, but you saying it quietly because you think they can hear your thoughts. Oh, they can because y'all connected now. You gave them the key to be able to feel what you feeling. You think about leaving me, huh? Huh? Where you get that from? What is you talking about? I don't know why. I just feel like you might try to leave. And you was literally just thinking, as soon as I can get away from you, I'm leaving. You said, woo, the headlock. Listen. He tried to tell you and you didn't. He told you, do not go over that girl house. Don't go over it. And now. You said, no, Ike, no. I'll sing a song right. Mari, this part, you hear me? Eat the cake. Anime. Listen. Katie, why you making that face? Katie, you all right? Katie said, wait a minute, hold on, wait. I know somebody going through this right now. You said no. Uh-oh. I feel so close and have a relationship with Dad so close that I'm scared to move any wrong money or say anything wrong. This part. You said my mom finally got the Ethiopian Bible in Spanish. Pretty cool. Oh, that's real cool. That's really cool. Her mom got the Ethiopian Bible in Spanish. That's pretty cool. You said, of course, I know the words like I wrote it. You know what? We could not go nowhere together. As a family, we could not be nowhere together. None of us. Baby, we wouldn't get nothing done. We would not get nothing done. It'd be too many movie lines, baby. We would not get nothing done. We would not get nothing done. Listen. I see it happens too often here. It happens entirely too often. You could tell. I ain't gonna say we wouldn't get nothing done, but it would take a minute. Listen, it would take a minute because we play too much. We all play too much over here. Everybody. We all play too much. All of us. All of us. And I love it. At least we know we gonna have fun in heaven if he let us in. Y'all make sure y'all give me y'all heavenly addresses too. And make sure y'all keep the vittles on the stove because I'll be over there to eat. And seeing as how the days is long, I could possibly visit all of y'all in one day. I'm going to have a early breakfast. Breakfast, as my grandma used to say. Then I'm having me a midday breakfast, and then a second midday breakfast at somebody's house. And then I'm going to go over for tea and crumpets to somebody's house, and they'll probably have a chicken leg waiting on me when I get there. And then I'll probably come over to somebody's house. You see, Lord, which way is Circus house? It's the one that smell like food down there. The one that always got the barbecue grill going. And it smell like sweet potatoes mashed up with some good butter and stuff. That, yep, right there. See the one that's got all of the fruit stocked up in baskets in the front. I think she about to make some pies or something. Yep, right down there. Nuh-uh, go to the left and then go on down to the end. I hope my heavenly house always smell like food. Brunch with mimosas. This part. Listen, it's a river of wine. Hopefully, I don't be too close, but it's just a little walk down there to go on and get you some of the heavenly, whatever beverages you need. We got milk and yeah. Hopefully, it'll be an amazing sweet. And just think, it's fruits up there that we haven't even discovered in our real world yet, but they're already on the tree of life. We be going crazy over a strawberry, blueberry, turtle cheesecake. What about some fruit we ain't never heard of? I'm ready. It's the fountain of heavenly milk. That means that's going to make the best butter and cream and ice cream and sour cream. And just thinking about all the different, the heavenly required are probably going to be just, ain't no telling. You hear me? You said, I hope my heavenly house is always welcoming to sit down and have a snack and a chat. Yeah. Well, you ain't got to worry about nobody stealing nothing. You ain't got to worry about nobody walking out your house with nothing. It ain't going to be no fights. So, yeah, I think it's probably going to go back to the old days like in the country where you can sleep with your door open and not worry about nobody coming in there. The kids will be able to sleep outside on the porch or in the backyard hanging in some hammocks. You ain't going to have to worry about nothing. It's going back to that time. You said, and we won't have any allergies. Come on, ain't no mosquito bugs biting you or nothing. Because that's painful. And ain't no pain up there. You said, what? I'm ready. Mac and cheese going to be perfection. I'm trying to tell you, said, give me all the French toast, steak, and shrimp, and cheese, and spinach omelet, and some bacon and Dean sausages. Listen here. I'm trying to tell you. Yep. And every kind of pancake they got. A crepe, whatever. All of them. I'll take all the frittatas and quiches. You could just, yeah. And the smoothie's probably gonna be stupid though. I just want to taste the fruit that look like something that tastes like a banana and a kiwi and something else mixed together. I'm ready. You said I'm walking on cloud nine from the natural edible. Listen here, that part. Literally. You said Denise me to a place where people feel comfortable. Come on. Fruit smoothie's gonna be wild. They is. Listen. I hope he let me in. I really hope he let me in. I don't know if he is or not, but I really hope he lets me in. I hope he lets me in. I do. So I wanna ow! Oh, I just scratched the bottom of my foot. I left my phone in my room. Hold on, y'all. So my whole reason to coming on here, I don't know where we're going to be on social media because I just saw the new TikTok guidelines. Yeah. So as much as I like even being over here, they got to have another place where we can get our information because I honestly don't even want to keep it for information anymore. And it's real wild. So in my next couple weeks, I'm about to try to find all of like, I don't have a Substack, but I think I'm about to get that just so I can go follow other people. Cause I don't know, y'all, for real. And I know some of y'all heard it, but just in case some of y'all haven't, I wanna see if we got enough on this one. I definitely thought y'all talked about it already, which is why I didn't say nothing. No, we talked about it changing, but I didn't know. I knew it was about to be crazy because of who owned it. But yeah, no. I said, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's real crazy. Hmm. I said, well, the crazy thing is, we talked about all of it. It's a specific one. Ooh, did they take it down? Urgh. Mm-mm. Hold on, y'all, because one of these ones that I just shared is gray, and I think that's probably the freaking one. Mm. Hold on. That's making me sad. This person went into detail about what could happen. I am really sad about this. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. And I know I'm taking forever, but the way that they is this it? No. Dang, I think they took it down. Yeah, I think they took the freaking video down. Is this it? Nope. Oh man. I'm so sad. Dang. Oh, this makes me so sad because the person they broke down. Well, let's just try this. I think it's this one. Holy shit, it's a lot. Um, I fed it through AI, and these are right just back. Some of the top ones, okay? You can't be critical of political figures. Oh, well, I guess, like, that's half of TikTok is just gone. Um, in matters of social unrest or crisis, they can just change the rules, shut it down completely, whatever they decide to do.
There's a ban on dangerous stunts. So no more Nicki Minaj challenges with the high heels. You're not allowed to say sexy on your live feeds. You're also not allowed to say any brand names. You can't use AI to edit something or make it more realistic. You can't do anything funny with your pet. If it's staged, they can say, no, that's a violation. You're not allowed to mention other platforms. Anything misleading, even if it's a joke. Can't tell jokes anymore because somebody might be confused. Can't have anything to do with being too skinny. No more skinny talk. The prevention of harm, if they deem it that it could hurt somebody financially or emotionally, that rule is very vague and subject to just whatever they feel like saying. They can pull your video from the FYP page without deleting it, just calling it ineligible. They can decide if your video is not suitable for under 18. I've had that happen to me a couple times too, but there will be no trying to dispute it. They can change the rules on the fly depending on where you're viewing from, like your geographic location.
Like a blue state.
You are not allowed to criticize religion. So any of you that do atheist content, it's a violation. Political groups could be blacklisted. A lot of the violation that they're doing has could be. So it's subject to interpretation, their interpretation. Showing flags or logos in any kind of speech or using objects, like you know how some people hold up the papers and stuff, that won't be allowed anymore. If they decide your video helps a banned group, whoever they choose to ban, if they decide that you're helping them, that's a violation. If someone picks a fight with you and you do a clap back, that's a violation. If you've done things on a different platform, that's a violation on TikTok now. They reserve the right to limit who can search your videos depending on if they like the content or not. If you win an appeal now, it doesn't mean that you're going to get back on the For You page. That doesn't matter anymore. You can win, but they still reserve the right to not show your video on the FYP. If you post a link, that can get your account banned completely. Not even a violation, just banned. Can somebody make us...
Are those all things that we talked about here? Are those not all lessons that I tried to teach people was coming for right now? So our class rules, again, everything she said was our class rules in 22, and now they the rules on TikTok. I said you ain't gonna be able to say whatever you want to say. You're not gonna be you gonna have to say it without saying it. Now they taking away you holding up a sign. Who remembers when they were doing that to me with the books? Y'all, you remember, Rika? Remember, I couldn't even hold a book up, baby. They was violating me for holding books up. I don't got no card or nothing. You said they were in my class. Everything just applied to exactly all that they was doing. I told y'all. I said, y'all don't see my strikes and stuff, but it's crazy with, listen. And that's why you hold it up quick and put it down. Yep. I didn't have to listen. But people was acting like I was tripping, and I don't know. I said, listen, I know what's happening here. I'm not crazy. I just told my son today, I said, you don't see it, son? I said, our Amazon list basically went missing for like 18 months. But who was on the stage with our president when he got at the inauguration? Mr. Bezos. That's why my list went missing, because everything on my list and everything that I was telling y'all to get was stuff that he's a part of. He's a part of the plan. And y'all was going crazy selling out all that survival stuff. So they blocked my stuff because it interfered with what they plan to do in 2025. I told y'all that. I said, this stuff is for later. They know what this stuff is for. That's when they start hiring me on Google. They start hiring me on here. It wasn't telling y'all I was live. All of that stuff. We started getting crazy stuff over here. It was like, we've been looking for you. Oh, okay. Because all of our classes is what's happening right now. It's all the news. They was planning it, and God was telling us that they was planning it. What to prepare for. I, y'all should have known when we bought this before the president did. And I'm not talking about the president we got now. If that didn't tell you that God was putting us on, he literally told us, go get it before we ain't able to. And then in October of that very September, October, you said you are nowhere close to what's happening right now. Terry, is this your first time ever being in my class? Because if it is, you would absolutely not know, because I have over 1,500 classes telling people what's going on, and it wasn't in 2025. I was doing it in 2022, and everything in those classes from 2022 is exactly what's happening in 2025. Mind your business. Go find something to do. The difference between me and you is it's recorded. Anything else? Thank you. Hello. You shouldn't just talk just because you got fingers. Oh Lord, y'all. Do y'all know this is the same person that then came back 3 days in a row? You don't got no life. Why don't you just come and be a student, since you like making up new things and coming back? This the only way you can get a woman to talk to you, and then you get all aroused when she does? It's the only attention you've ever had is the woman being angry at you. Your mama, she didn't talk to you nice? Got to, because you keep coming back. I'm a sweet taste in the mouth. So just say you want to be a student in WOIU and quit playing with my time, because you didn't came back 3 days in a row. So in the beginning of this, when we first started WOIU, did I not tell y'all that this kind of stuff happens to me in real life too? How many times have y'all seen this in the last 3.5 years? I told y'all before I ever got teaching y'all good what was going to happen, and y'all have seen it thousands and thousands and thousands of times since we've been here. They really think they be original. That's why we got to record it. just ain't got nothing else better to do. Just say you want to be a WOIU student, honey. That's it, because you come back every day. I done blocked I don't know how many different things, and you keep coming back. So evidently you want to be a student. Everybody say hello to our new student, Terry, because Terry keeps getting different TikToks to come back and call himself harassing me, or she, I don't know. And instead of going and teaching on whatever their original page is, they come back and try to harass me, thinking they're going to get a rise out of me, but evidently they want to be a student. So we going to let them. Y'all just ignore them, because new students normally a little loud, you know. Okay. So there's that. Everybody say hi to Terry because that's what they want, attention. Mm-hmm. All right. So back to what I was saying. We're probably going to be exiting this app shortly, and also Instagram. So we probably will only have YouTube and our other house that we went to for a while. Okay. You hear me? Because I don't want to have a meta app at all. I don't want no meta apps. I don't. Okay. So if you don't have us on YouTube, you probably won't be able to find her. You hear me? So with that, um, just know we got what, a few days, a few weeks, less than a month or so, and we probably won't be over there. You said we seekers gonna fire you. The real ones know and do and do and do. And I'm grateful. Like I said, I'm grateful for what it is that we do here. I'm grateful for all of the great news that we get here. I'm grateful for the peace that God. You said I love all my brothers and sisters. I'm blessed. Listen, just with that alone, this part, you hear me? So with that, for all of the classes that we do have recorded, I'm very grateful for the time that we have been able to be. And we left and came back for a minute because we thought they was gonna be okay, but they're not. So, mm-mm. No, thank you. And if it gets too, I don't know. I honestly don't even know. But I know I don't want nothing to do with nothing meta. You see? You said I'm grateful for you and everyone here. Me too. We have had an amazing experience. People's lives have changed greatly, you know, and that makes me excited. You said, is the other thing the website? No. But if you already over here, you fine. Because I don't know what's going on with my website. It's still not, I have no idea. You hear me? You said, yes, I'd rather give you the support on YouTube anyway. I mean, I'm not, my thing is this. In a minute, it's going to be, you need to limit your access to people, crazies. And crazies might be in your family. Really interesting. You said too many times from the beginning, that part. Oh, really? You said too many times. I've been here from the beginning. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So when you think about all that God has allowed us to learn, all that He gave us, all that He warned us about, just everything, it's like it makes you excited. It should make you excited again, because He's been having us work on ourselves, didn't even know He was preparing us for what was coming. I mean, we knew that, but we didn't know, like, down to the smallest details He was doing it. You know what I mean? And so where most people are going to have this huge shock right now, He's been giving it to us gradually so that we just kind of, you know, it ain't been a lot of this. It's just kind of been maybe a little bit, but not, you know. You said the toes be wiggling, and do. You got to do what you got to do. You said I was on here a few minutes ago and it went blank. I believe it, you know. So I'm very grateful. You all that have your stuff and you are ready. Oh, because did y'all see that everybody is telling everybody you need to have your bug out bags? That's really going crazy on TikTok now. Right? And so God already told us what to do. So now everybody is trying to prepare for bug out bags, and now everybody is trying to get water filtration systems. And we've been having our stuff for 3 years. Everything that they're telling people to get now, even like on the news and stuff, they're like, you need to be prepared for an emergency preparedness. This was our main message through 22. But we're not having to scurry out and get nothing. We're not having to hope we have enough to go get what we need, or if it's going to be available, because while it was available, we did what we were supposed to do. That should make you said we've been having our stuff, and have Miss Fernandez, and have you see what happens when you listen to God over what people think. You will always be prepared, and it's not saying you're not going to have to go through anything, hey pumpkin, but you always going to be prepared, and that should make you feel really, 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 really good. It should, that you don't have to worry about what your baby's going to eat. If the grid go down, you know what I'm saying? You ain't got no cell phone, you got a way to communicate, you know what I mean? While everybody else trying to argue with people and, I don't know, get some attention or whatever else they be doing, we was busy bees. We was the little ants, baby. Working. You hear me? You get what I'm saying? We was ready. And I'm grateful. God been teaching us what to do this whole time. And if you don't like get a little tickle in your stomach about that, I don't know. Because every time I see a news something, oh, sometime last year, it was like May 9th, we was talking about the bubonic plague, right? Right? So as I was going through my stuff today, I'm like, wait a minute. I got pictures, okay, of all the different ways the bubonic plague can look like on your body. You know, it looked like the stuff that was on that deer with the rabbit. You know how they showed the rabbit with the spikes coming out of his face because it's sick? If you look on that deer, it looks like the exact same type of sores that is on the people that got the bubonic plague. The exact ones. I said, and deers run through neighborhoods. That video I showed y'all where they had the rabbits with the things, it looks exactly like what was on that deer. Exactly. And it's crazy because we were studying about the bubonic plague last year on my daughter's birthday, which is real crazy because that's when I took the pictures, and so it had to be when I was showing y'all. Okay. It was on that deer too. The deer and the rabbits. Yep. Yep. I see. I said, ooh. Tell me that don't look like what was on that deer. Hold on. You see it? That's exactly what was on that deer. Mm-hmm. It's the bubonic plague. If you go back and look at that picture with the rabbits and the deer, and at the end of it, they show the deer without. That's exactly what's on that deer. That's what's on it. And I was looking at pictures of my grandkids. You know how like your iPad will pick up like last year this time, whatever, and that picture came up. I was like, ooh, and then my mind clicked. I'm like, we just looked at this picture. This was on that deer yesterday. And think about it. I've lived all over. Deers run, like especially in like the Midwest, they be in your backyard. They be everywhere. They'll run through, drop their little pellets, and keep it on. Well, what if you got an animal that likes to sniff around other animal poop or something? Now, I don't know how it's transferred from deer to deer, but a lot of times it be in their feces, whatever the disease is, and another animal, a bird or a rabbit or something, will pick it up or run across it, and then boom, it's going like that. You said on my line morning, noon, and night every day. So think about that. The rabbits are sick. Remember, the fish was getting sick in 22. The birds was getting sick, bird flu. Dogs and cats sniff each other's feces. The sniff the feces of other animals. They do. Yep. You said airborne pathogens. Okay. Well, the wind is that like the wind blowing over the poop and it's little bitty spores everywhere. You said there were, and think about it, raccoon scavengers. Okay, so they running in the grass and up the trees, and I mean, you see how this could spread very quickly. Raccoons and possums and stuff like that. Yep, be in the trash. Then your animal try to chase them away. They get bit by the raccoon or the possum or the whatever, and then boom. The plagues are here. And I wouldn't be surprised if they just keeping them quiet. You said and rabies, right? We talking about the black plague though. Raccoons and squirrels be living in people's attics. I know. Hmm. Yes, because some hunters smear it on their boots to drive away human scent. Okay, well, there's that. Jesus. He said a fourth of the animal population is gonna die off at one time. So they announced two or three earlier this year. Cases. I know of some cases in Cali. Well, I mean, keep them for the time, but if they get sick, you got to put them down if they get sick with something like that. He said, I be anointing my home. There's a lot of rats here everywhere. Oh, yeah. And they said that's how the people was getting the booba. And you in Cali. The people was getting bit by rats. Or the black plague. Was it bubonic or black? It was bubonic, right? In Cali. Mm. Well, you said I wouldn't be surprised if we start hearing about it during cold and flu season. Yeah. Or not at all. Because you got to think he got rid of the CDC, all the people at the CDC. So if it was going around, there's nobody to count if what's happening. And then they didn't restrict the hospitals from saying certain stuff. So it could be a way more cases we wouldn't know. Remember, he cut a lot of the funding to the CDC. Friend of a friend in Michigan right now with the mystery fungus attacking sinuses and organs in the ICU. What? My mom's farm had 3 goats and 4 rabbits. Died. So signs or symptoms. You said no signs or symptoms. She just found them when she went to the feeding in the morning. So the animals is just dying on the farm, huh? Left and right, people gonna be dropping just like, yep, yep, yep. And think about it, the CDC is the people that know about all the pathogens and all of this stuff, so they would know what to do, how to quarantine or whatever else it is. And because we don't have those people there now, we're screwed. You see, you ain't really been seeing too many things about food recalls. We were seeing recall after recall after recall. You ain't heard nothing about no recalls because they want people to die. The Georgia Guidestones is coming true right now. They're making laws just because of oversensitive yellow. Yeah, I think that's why they said the person did whatever they did. Yeah, they did that. Because a lot of people, once we start talking about the Georgia Guidestones here, y'all remember, y'all start seeing all kind of videos about them. People was going to visit them. They was reading what was on them. And then in the same year, them things been there all this time. Ain't no lightning hit it. Ain't nobody tried to blow it up or nothing. And all of a sudden, TikTok is buzzing about these Georgia Guidestones, and then something happens to them. You said you just heard about a recall on candy. Okay. Well, I'm not saying there's none, but I'm saying how we were hearing about all of the food recalls, they've censored that. You ain't seeing too much of that. Mm-mm. Because I was on a lot of the recall pages. The one young lady, she be like, don't eat this, don't eat this. I ain't seen her in I don't know how long. She be like, definitely don't eat this, and put that up. She was like, it's a recall on this, it's a recall. All her videos used to come through. I ain't seen one in a minute, in probably over a month and a half, 2 months. You said, and it's not because they got it together. That's for sure. Mm-hmm. Right. They've been bombarding us with the Epstein, this, that, and the other. We ain't paying attention to what we ain't seeing. I hadn't seen the tipsy bartender, not tipsy bartender, but whoever the bartender guy that be talking crazy in his backyard. Him. I hadn't seen him in a minute. It's a few people I had not seen him. And I couldn't remember his name. I could just remember bartender. I still can't remember I don't know if it's tipsy, whatever his name is. You said the military is in praying for you. Did we talk about the military being? We did. We talked about the military being on the streets. We've been talking about that for 3 years. And everybody called me a false prophet and they said I was lying. Can you tell me what's happening right now? And they not checking for the homeless because they knocking on people's doors and stopping people's cars. From what I remembered, it was cleaning up the streets and getting the homeless. Why is y'all knocking on people's doors? Homeless people ain't in nobody house if they homeless. And they not driving no car if they sleeping on the street. Y'all make it make sense. We talked about the military being on every corner and you not just being able to walk and drive wherever you wanted to. We talked about that in 22. It is literally a reality in certain cities in 2025. I'm 45 minutes from Chicago. I knew it was coming. Listen, yeah. I ain't seeing any world news, even U.S. news either. This, this. You say, yeah, they're not on the news anymore, or the girl on TikTok. Exactly. Exactly. People are finding out about stuff that's happening in their city, and they're finding it out on TikTok because they're not putting it on the news. That's how they're finding out that whatever happened. You know what I'm saying? If there's a mass shooting or whatever, that's how they're finding out is on TikTok. And y'all wonder why they about to heavily restrict it because they were mad because we was getting the truth in real time. They couldn't spin it. They can't spin it if I'm sitting in here with you. You can't spin it if we watching it live with our eyes and we're asking questions and they're answering the questions. So we know this is live. You hear me? You said I found it out here first. It's not on the news. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why they getting ready to get rid of it. But that's why I'm telling you, whoever you follow on TikTok to get your news, if when they be saying follow me on my other stuff, follow them on their other stuff. That's what I'm about to be on in this next couple weeks. Like Aaron Parnes, whoever. The one guy, I cannot think of his name. He's what's the name? And he's sitting there in his podcast room. It be dark behind him. The white dude. I can't think of his name. I hadn't been seeing him. You said mostly all on IG. Right, but IG is Meta, so I can guarantee you the rules that are coming for TikTok, they're gonna be for Facebook and Instagram too, cause it's all under the Meta umbrella. So I'm trying to find them on. I mean, and they playing too, but just like Substack, I ain't never really had it, but I know there's a lot of people that do the news and stuff that have that. So I'm gonna be trying to follow them on other platforms because we're not gonna be able to get. I mean, they already sent. I didn't know it was all of the music festivals happening. I didn't, especially not how I was looking. But we talked about them having us blinded. You see what I'm saying? And we talked about them not giving us. They was gonna turn off the internet, and that's what they're doing. It's on, but it's not on. It's on, but it ain't on. It's on to keep us distracted, not on so that we can know what's happening. And again, another harness. Another thing is we talked about oh, you just made me forget what I was going to say. I done forgot now. It'll come back. That's why I deleted most of my social media. I only have YouTube. Yep, that's about what I'm about to do. We gonna see what our other house is doing. I know, but I can't even think of it now. I know it was something about the internet. It'll come back. But yeah. You said you think they planning a mass blackout, of course. I said we gonna be over here. Yeah, it is a distraction. It is, but I can't think of what I was going to say. It'll come back. So it's crazy. So I don't want nobody saying we were looking for you. I'm gonna say it every day up until about the day before I get ready to delete them. And then y'all know how we be. People said they was looking for us. I said you couldn't have been looking too hard because I deleted all my videos, but where we was at the top the whole time. So you wasn't looking for me. Because if you went to my page, you'd have saw we had another social media in my bio up here. You wasn't. And y'all seen how many people came in here and lied and said they had been. You wasn't using your eyes to look for me then, was you? Hmm. You couldn't have been using your eyes. Maybe you was using your fingers to try to find me because you wasn't using your eyes. You said, but everything is canned now and on the shelf in the storage room. That part. My son said I wouldn't do well on Twitch. He said they'll probably ban me very quickly because of my views on stuff and how I be talking to people. I don't know, y'all. Listen, I said I don't know you just yet. We gonna be over here for sure. That's what y'all gotta know. We already got another home, the Purple app, but I don't know. They was already trying to act funny, so I don't know. But I know we gonna be here for sure. All the rest of it, no mas. You said I seeing politicians advertising in churches here. Interesting. You hear me? So I don't know yet because I'm tired of logins for real, and really I don't want to keep making more stuff. I'm trying to fade into the bushes. Hmm. That's what I'm trying to do. And digitally, you all should be too. Hmm. Yep. I would. That's why I said a lot of this stuff about to come down too. Nobody,
Something that we can use.
nobody believed me when I said I'm about to take all my TikTok videos off, did they? And then they came and they was all gone. Oh my God, something happened to your videos. Yeah, I took them down. I kept telling y'all I was. And I've been telling y'all for a while these going down too. They is. I be trying to give people time to do whatever they need to do. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Listen. Oh, this is one. When I play this, tell me if this is something we talked about. Okay? Early class, not, I mean, we've talked about it in the last couple of years too, but early 2022, is this something we talked about? Y'all ready?
So we have breaking news coming out of D.C. this morning as Trump is warning Congress that if they don't extend his control over Washington, D.C. past 30 days, that he's going to declare a national emergency. Up until now, so we have breaking news coming out of D.C. this morning as Trump is warning Congress that if they don't extend his control over Washington, D.C. past 30 days, that he...
Mr. Avery asked, Mr. Avery, come over here and talk to Mr. Avery. Mr. R. Avery 10, I think you should inbox him on, he was telling us how to do it.
He's going to declare a national emergency. Up until now, he's been using Section 740 of the D.C. Home Rule Act. This allows the president to take over D.C.'s police for 30 days during an emergency. Now, after that, Congress has to approve any extensions. But up till now, he has put National Guard and federal police agents on the streets of D.C. to patrol. And he says it's to stop a so-called crime crisis, but from the numbers we've seen put out, the official numbers show crime in D.C. is at or near historic lows right now. So why does this matter to you nationwide? A national emergency could actually unlock more than 100 special powers, from freezing assets and controlling certain communications to, if he invokes the Insurrection Act, more than 100 special powers, from freezing assets and controlling certain communications nationwide. A national emergency could actually unlock more than 100 special powers, from freezing assets and controlling certain communications to, if he invokes the Insurrection Act, deploying active duty military or even federalizing National Guard units anywhere in the country. So, if Congress refuses to extend authority, Trump says he's going to do it anyway, that he'll bypass them. And legal experts warn that this move could be unprecedented, could spark a major constitutional shift.
Are we hearing that again? Unprecedented. He's going to do something nobody ain't done. Lawlessness. He's going to overstep the people that make the law. Huh? Did we talk about every single thing that man said in 2022? Told you. Here we are. This is why God has been preparing our this. You remember there was people coming in here and I said the military is about to be on our streets and they're going to be policing us. They're going to be at every corner. You ain't going to be able to. Remember, I was telling y'all about one of my family members is talking about, oh, I'm going to be doing this. And I said, you're not going to be able to, because the military is going to be on the street. Just like they did in China. When they had, when Wuhan or whatever had the issue and they was putting a guard at the end and putting tape on people's doors to make sure you wasn't leaving out, that. You hear me? All of it. This is why it's important for you to have everything you need in your house just in case you don't get to go outside. You know what else people were saying?
I guess when you go to the Hunger Games official account over here on TikTok, some people can't see the content that was previously loaded. So for them, it looks like
the military shuts down DC. Next week they're going to LA. We gotta go find Jennifer Lawrence. We gotta remake the Hunger Games. We gotta punish all the blue states now and distract you from his land. We're gonna target the black neighborhoods first because there's money in that real estate. I think that looks like a military coup. How about you?
Mm. Mm-mm.
Y'all need to get a gun. Y'all, if you ain't got one, you need to get a gun. And keep that motherfucker good.
Those are not my words. And I've gone through video after video where there are military people, ex-military people saying, hey, hello, you need a slingshot. As many as you can. Don't go nowhere without it. Have I been screaming that for the last 6 months? For sure. If you love your husband, because they always going to try to take out the man first, you need to get a specific thing. If you love your son, you need to tell them to get a specific thing. Now, before they prohibit the sales of them, you see what he said, freeze assets. Didn't I say they was going to turn your money off? Did we talk about them turning your money off? We actually talked about this state of emergency back in 2024 when Airbnb sent their little letter home. And I said, well, how would they know something like that? Remember, it had to be cyber. It's already happened since then. It had to be environmental, the floods, the fires. For him to be able to, remember, for the next LD, all the things, something in politics, and you know, like whatever, terrorism, whatever. Okay, somebody fake shot him. Okay, so all the stuff for him to do that is right here. You hear me? Interesting. You said, yeah, price is high and they restricted making hard to get. I was trying to get in my bank app the other day. It just kept spinning. Kept spinning, kept spinning. I'm like, what the heck? I kept trying to get into my bank app. It would not do anything. Anything. And this was probably for about 5-6 minutes. I couldn't get in it. So, say anything against the president, they can turn your money off. We talked about that. But we talked about it being for the one world leader, and that's what they're prepping you for. They're prepping you for not being able to say anything against the one world leader. It's starting with your king from the kingdoms, but it's leading to a certain place. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I didn't. One more thing. It's actually a couple things, but I don't know how they playing on here, so I probably won't do that. Mm-mm. I'm gonna be cool. You said I see now how he says they can take y'all 401k. Well, it was people in here. You said Cash App still didn't let me see my activity. The lady I babysit for wasn't able to send money to me today. She had to bring me the cash. Cash App wasn't working. Interesting. I seen a post of a policeman saying if you love your family, you need to be prepared with what you need. Yep. Yep. It's real out here. So get ready. Aren't you happy God let us get our stuff early? Because people are panic buying right now. They are. They're panic buying. They've already started. They have already started. You said Cash App won't let us send it until you say what it's for. Yep. It seems my relatives live in a different U.S. because no matter what's going on, they seem to not be aware of anything happening. Unbelievable, this part. They not letting people get their money. Well, I was trying to tell y'all 3 years ago, go ahead and pull that 401k out. I told y'all 2 years ago, 1 year ago, 6 months ago, before December. I said, if I were you, I would hurry up and get my 401k out because they about to start playing with y'all money. And people said, don't listen to her because she don't know nothing about Wall Street and stocks and stuff. And then exactly what God told me to tell y'all happened. You don't know what I know because I sit up here in a robe in a cropped off cut out t-shirt with my stretch mark stomach hanging out. Don't judge a book by its cover. I'm just gonna say that. You mentioned that many times in class. And what are they gonna do now? Freeze people's assets, turn their money off. Exactly what God told us. That's why he told us to go ahead and spend it on what we was gonna need. Your basic necessities so that you would have them. Because they're going to take those too. They're taking away your basic liberties. Food. Basic needs, not a need. It's not a human right. Oh, is that why God told us to buy food before they said food isn't a human right? Hello. About to start my new job so I can try to finish getting things. This part, listen, it's a real thing. And don't forget to get used stuff. Used stuff is okay. Used stuff is good. Say it with me. Used stuff is good. Everything don't have to be sparkling out the box. Long as it ain't coming with no bugs or nothing. And it work. That's more money you can spend on something else. Offer up places like that are going to be huge right now. You just need to get it. It don't matter where you get it from. Now, don't do no stolen stuff, but you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Cast iron, stuff like that. If you can't find a cheap new, go get it from the Goodwill or garage sales. Used stuff is good. Yep. Yep. So, give me a second, y'all. It's real. I said, no, they moving fast, honey, and the world is still asleep. some other stuff I want to show y'all, but I'm going to wait because I just have a feeling they might be on some BS since they cracking down on certain stuff. So I'm going to have to find a different way to say it. But just know this. Everything that we have studied for over here is happening right now. Everything that your family called you crazy about is literally happening. And like you said, you don't know how they can't see it. But we ain't worried about it because we do. You know? Excuse me, and we've been preparing for it the whole time. So I think I'm about to go color. Either color or play my game. I didn't get a chance to earlier because I was in here. Then I made my food. But I'm about to chill out because the world is going crazy. It's going real crazy, hey? You know, I'm about to do something that make me happy. Not that talking to y'all don't, but baby, we about to be in a whole different world just shortly. Yep, so if you got some games, play your favorite music. Just try to enjoy as much time as you can and thinking happy things. He said, I'm in the tub relaxing now, trying to get my mind right. I'll be there shortly. Probably about 2 hours. It's very serious, Bunker, but aren't you happy that God got our minds together first? Imagine starting this where you all were mentally 3 years ago. Y'all know how y'all said y'all blood pressure and stuff then came down and all of the issues with this and that, then came cholesterol. Right. Just think if you had to start in the mental state that you were in right now. And if you had worried about, popping out or whatever, where would you be right now in your mind? You said, grateful I was able to receive and not be deceived. This part. And this is what we talked about. This is why I said, listen, we are trying to prepare for what's coming. You can act like it ain't going to happen. That ain't about to stop it. How many people acted like, they still acting like this, they can do something? Baby, most times people be lighting backyard fires and stuff when they trying to send a message. We are too freaking compliant. Talking about it on the internet ain't about to do nothing. You said they're panic buying. A lady at Ollie's had carts full of supplies. All that we talked about, ain't it? You starting to see it in the stores? If there's anything to buy, because stuff is so expensive. They ain't even what y'all said, restocking, or it's way too expensive. People already living off their credit cards already. And this is why I keep telling people, forget retirement. They about to take your money. You better go get your stuff. I don't care if you got to take a penalty, whatever. You better take it. A penalty is better than not them turning your money off and you can't get it at all. And I've been saying that this whole time. I'd rather take a penalty and have my money so I can go get my stuff than, I don't want a penalty. And then you see what he said. You could be, how is it that being on social media, they can freeze your assets? This is the freedom of speech. What do you mean you can freeze my bank accounts for something I say on social media? Are y'all getting how serious this is? Soon after that, it'll be, we read the text in your phone because AI is reading every single text that we type. But we talked about them being able to turn your money off to control you, and that is why we have been getting the stuff that we have been getting before now. They need the people to be destitute. And people are getting desperate. because they didn't believe it was going to happen, so they didn't prepare. Then you got the other half thinking that a magic boat is coming in about 3 months and they about to leave. They really going to be destitute. Because faith is an action word. If I tell you, get up and get ready, I'm coming to get you so we can go to eat, and you believe me, you're going to get up and get in the shower and put your clothes on and be waiting. God said famine is coming. Oh, I believe God, but do you obey him? Joseph obeyed. When God gave old boy the dream, Joseph knew exactly what was coming. So then he got up. You said, right. I snicker every time I hear the rapture. Nephew, you be looking like, oh, God. Mm-hmm. I hear you. It's scary. My sister-in-law texts me. I left her on red because she wanted to come over. No, thank you. I know that's right. Yes, they showing movies at church about getting ready for the magic boat. You see how easy it's going to be able to trick Christians into taking it? Think about it. The church is preparing them. They stopped at whatever. Who you think about to take it? Because they pastored and told them they don't got to. I shake my head at my brother still got hope that he will be raptured. I tried to tell him that's not going to happen. Listen, you said yes, they're not ready. They failed to warn the people. Yeah, we seeing it every day. And so people are still planning to go to retreats and this, that, and the other. And baby, all hell can break loose. Because if this man do this martial law, they can make us stay in the house. A good portion is going to be down bad or will realize it way too late after they done signed up. That's what he said was going to happen. You can't even hold out if you ain't got nothing in your house. I get real sad listening to those folks and they don't listen or read for themselves. I already know they all over the internet right now. We're getting ready to go home. You said why so many are leaving the country. It don't matter. It's happening everywhere. That's the crazy thing. Everything that is happening in America is happening in other countries. Because it's going to be the whole world. And that's... Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just don't understand how you can't see. The apostasy that Thessalonians talks about. Christians are going to reject Christ from deceit. Are you seeing it? They skip over that part. They do. They skip over the suffering too. They don't want to suffer. Some are excited and even hiring a company to take care of their pets after the magic boat. Don't PMO. What? Oh my God. They're already warning the Americans not to come to Mexico. The peeps are going to sleep forever. Oh. They waiting on the rapture, but there is no rapture. God is going to come on a cloud, but after there has been a river that is 7 days walked along in the valley of Armageddon. That part, nephew. There's going to be a river of blood up to 6-7 feet tall for a 7-day walk. That's how you know they don't. Why they ain't waiting for the witnesses? Fluffy gonna have a whole HMO. You said, well, they gonna be outside looking in, like, let me in this part. Think about it. Ooh, excuse me. That's spooky. And they really believe. I ain't gonna lie, I did too. Up until 30, I thought that was it. But I started seeing stuff in the Bible, like, wait a minute, it said we gonna be here. They like, no, we not. That's the tribulation saints. And then I kept saying, no, something isn't right here, because it says the holy saints. And if you was left, then you wasn't holy. They don't. And then think about this. They not expecting to see Enoch and Elijah. They ain't saying nothing about Enoch and Elijah. And we know that Enoch and Elijah have to come back to preach against the man for 3.5 years. You said they really don't want Jesus to come soon because they have unbelief. No, they do. They do. But they skipping all of the major events so that you will know that Jesus is coming. They ain't talking about none of that at all. Did y'all forget that the 2 witnesses got to prophesy against him for a certain amount of time? And then they're finally going to die for the first time? That part. You said, I'm going to tell the trust. I definitely thought I was going to be... you said what? You said, I'm going to tell the trust. I definitely thought it was going to be the last day, saying after the rapture. It's this is my thing. The fact that they want to skip over the suffering part says a lot. Oh, you said you meant you shouldn't. They really don't want him to come, right? Okay. You said they think it's Elijah and Moses. How when Moses died? You said suffer was the word that stuck out to me. They don't want to suffer. That's why they saying they're going to leave before the suffering. But they say, for Christ I live and for Christ I die. But that's not the truth. Because if that's the case, why are you trying to skip out on the suffering part? You said, where are they going? They ain't going nowhere. You said, yeah, they got a vendetta against Enoch for some reason. Interesting. They're afraid because they pastors ain't teaching them. You said, anything worth having isn't easy. This part. I guess they think they better than the saints that ran with Jesus. They had to be unalive for their faith. I told y'all they think dying for Christ is arguing with the people at the church down the street. You said we are in pre. No, we're not in pre. You do realize that the Antichrist has been out for 3 years already this month. The Jews found their Messiah already. No. The Jews found their Messiah late March, early April 2022. That part. Without Enoch, we wouldn't have Noah, Shem, Abraham. Yeah, no. Yeah. He's been out. This month makes 42 months that he's been out. Girl, I don't know. My uncle and them said that to me when I asked, girl, listen. Yeah, the Jews found their Messiah in 2022. He been studying with their rabbis. I got you. He been studying with their rabbis for 3 years. They just skip over that he walked so closely with God that they took him. I know. Yeah. It's crazy, right? Everyone I know says Jesus said he would take them out of here before the tribulation. So they just be lying on the scripture. I told y'all they think because Thessalonians is before. Yes, he's already done miracles. He did miracles in 22. He cast some demons out of a boat and something else and something else. Yeah. That's why they prepping the. That's why y'all gotta know that they out if the red heifers have already been killed and the temple is being built. We in it. We ain't going into it. The Jews were seen praying in the mosque, which was a part of the prophecy. Here we go. I don't see how they don't see. I heard a report today that they used the ashes to perform the miracles already. Uh-oh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. They don't even read the scrolls where the trumpets sound. It's the last one where he calls people. Listen, those to the last end. I showed this to someone and they thinking the Antichrist was somebody different. I had to give truth. Listen. But again, remember, listen, most of them didn't even know that the weird heifers was over in Israel. You hear me? You said they watched the news and nothing is said in church. I don't even think they be watching the news because the red heifers was on the regular news. And so, and y'all know, it's a lot of pastors in my family. So when I be telling y'all, I know the pastors don't know because I'm the one to be calling them and telling them. And they got whole churches. I'm talking about a couple hundred people up to, some of them have had up to probably close to 1,000 members. They don't know. They have no idea. What? Are you sure? Yeah. When did that happen? 2 years ago. I'm convinced they don't believe the word. They read because they don't take God out of the box of church. Listen, did we talk about it? And that's why the church people used to come over here and give me such a hard time. But at least y'all know what's up. You said, so when the book says, then two shall be in the field, then one should be taken and the other one left. Does that correlate to when the people of Noah's day was taken, but Noah and his family was left? Yes. So basically what that means, there are going to be some people, right, that are still alive when Jesus comes. He said, some of y'all going to see me. But before he said that, he said your brothers and sisters got to die and get their new robes. And they going to say, how long must this go on, right? The saints that are coming out of the tribulation. And then that's when he going to come on his horse. Who are the saints that he's coming to get? If the rapture has already happened and there's tribulation saints, that means he would have to come back. Basically, that's saying everybody ain't going. You could be standing next to a person and you got to think about it. The people that take the mark are not going to be able to die. So they are literally going to watch somebody that they know be taken up whenever they do come. But most of the Christians will be slain by then. Most of the Christians are going to be dead. We are going to have to die. Okay? We are going to have to lay down our life for Christ. People don't believe that. They lie when they say, for Christ I live and for Christ I die. Because if you know that the persecution of the Christians is coming, why are you trying to get out of here before it does? They all say they gonna miss the persecution of the church. I can see that. You said they have knowledge but rejecting the power of this. Yeah. Yeah. Listen, all you got to do is think about it. When the Bible says that this guy is going to be able to make war against God's holy people, you have to be considered God's holy people. He's going to sit in the temple and curse God. Where is the temple at? Where is it? Y'all, this food is moving around. Where is the temple? Where is it being built? Okay. It's being built in Jerusalem. So that means that the Antichrist, they're building the temple and speeding everything up because the Antichrist is already here. He's ready to do what he's about to do. That's why they did the cows. That's why the ID is here. This is all his stuff. So that means he got to be here already. Because if he wasn't here, they wouldn't be building the temple and they wouldn't unalive the heifers. They wouldn't have been cleaning all the temple tools and stuff in the last 3 years. They made exact replicas of what the temple used to have. They okay. They made the new shekel. Donald Trump is too old to be the Antichrist because in order to fool the Christians, he has to be close in age to what Jesus would have been. Hold on, y'all, 1 second. My stomach is tumbling and rumbling. Hold on. So Donald Trump, people like Donald Trump the Antichrist. No, he not. Jesus died when he was about 33 years old, 32, 33, 34, something in there. In between 30 and 34. Okay? Donald Trump then passed that twice. Almost 3. He on his way to 3 times. Donald Trump is not the Antichrist. Because in order to fool the Christians, he gonna have to be close into the to the age. Google scriptures, y'all, about the son of perdition for me, please. See what scriptures y'all can find about the son of perdition. I know there's some in our Old Testament too, Pygrapha too. Yep, that is his name. You said what? And the new Messiah was 33 when he came on the scene. He was already 33 and 22. John 17. Can you post it? Ooh, y'all, I put too much pepper in that food. Y'all wanna grab y'all book 2 real quick? Second Thessalonians 2 and 3 says, "Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come unless there come a great falling away first. Oh, and the man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition." That's the one. That's the one. The great falling away. Do you think that people thinking that we are not in the tribulation, they don't even know? That's a great falling away. You have no idea of what is going on and how God really moves. They have believed their pastors over what the word says. Period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You cannot take them to the scripture and make them believe that the rapture is not real, even though it don't say nothing about no rap. The word rapture ain't nowhere in the Bible. They skip over the part where it say they're going to have to die in Thessalonians. They skip over the part in Revelations where it say we going to have to die. They don't even read that. They don't. They pastors don't, and they don't. That's crazy. If all of these things have to happen for the rapture or whatever, why are you not reading that part? You said, oh, but we do and do. You said nothing had been lost except the one doomed to destruction, so that the scripture would be fulfilled. This part. So if you got your book too, real quick, go to page 138, please. Thank you. If you got your book too, go to page 138. You about to see something. You said that's why I can't sit there in church no more. I already know, me either. That's why I'm like, y'all ain't, this is my soul. I'm in charge of it. I mean, God is in charge of it, but I gotta just help decide where it go by what I listen to. Listen, Jamila. Just as crazy as they want to be. All right, here we go. Don't roll back. Ooh, girl. Okay. Look right here. At verse 11, on page 138, you see it? Verse 11. Book 2. You about to see what's going on around here. Look, it says, and the king of Canaan was victorious over the king of Egypt, and he closed the gates of Egypt. And he conceived an evil thought against the children of Israel, so that he may cause them to suffer. What's happening to the gates of America? Tell me. They're being closed. And all of the decisions that a leader in our world is making right now is going to cause people to suffer. Yes or no? Yeah. Okay. And he said to the men of Egypt, behold, the people of the sons of Israel have grown and increased more than we. Sound familiar? White folks is the minorities, for real. If you don't classify Eastern Indians and everybody else, Scottish people, as white people are the minority. And this is why the eugenics is coming in, because the so-called minorities are not the minorities, they're the majority. Looking familiar so far? Is it? Okay. Come, let us act wisely concerning them, because they increase, and let us cause them to suffer in slavery before war comes to us. I saw that. Sound familiar? Yeah? No, you're in book 2. Oh, yeah, book 1. Yeah, I mean, book 2, yeah. Yeah. Is it sounding familiar? He's about to make war against the American people. The elites against everybody else. No or yes? Because we outnumber them. It's not a lot of billionaires. Okay. Or before they battle with us, or if not that, then they will mix with our enemy. And they will depart from our land, because their hearts and their faces are upon the land of Canaan. He's stopping people from leaving the country, right? Lightweight, if you leave, you might not be able to get back in. Okay. Okay. And they appointed over them taskmasters to make them suffer in slavery. Sound familiar? The farmers are going to be able to tell the people that pick the vegetables and this, that, and the other. Now they're trying to have certain states that control everything. Is this not what we're hearing right now? You said shaking my head. Okay. All right. It says, and they built strengthened cities. They built strengthened cities, like police states, like smart cities. Robot controlled cities. Heavy military present cities. Singing yes in the shower, laugh out loud. I'm out now. Okay. It says, but they built and they built strengthened cities for Pharaoh, Pithom, and Ramses. And they built all of the walls and all of the ramparts which had fallen in the cities of Egypt. and they made them slaves by force. So they got rid of PBS and put this, and they said this is going to be played in the kids' schools.
Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? I don't see the problem.
That's educational programming for kids from unaccredited conservative.
Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? I don't see the problem.
That's educational programming for kids from unaccredited conservative nonprofit PragerU, which is partnering with the White House right after deep funding cuts to PBS. Already, PragerU videos are approved for use in classrooms across several states, though most districts haven't implemented them, likely because the lessons are widely criticized for being factually inaccurate. The material promotes a whitewashed history that minimizes and justifies slavery, pushes anti-LGBTQ plus and anti-diversity messaging, denies climate change, and is filled with misinformation and propaganda favoring right-wing ideology. But that makes sense, since PragerU was founded by suspected white supremacist Dennis Prager.
Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? I don't see the problem.
That's educational programming for kids from unaccredited conservative nonprofit PragerU, which is partnering with.
Shall we continue? Okay, here we go. And to the extent that they acted cruelly against them, they likewise increased and multiplied. And the men of Egypt regarded the sons of Israel as defiled. That's how you know they was. All right. Now, if you can go to page 139 and go over to verse 5. So go to the next page and go over to verse 5. Y'all ready? Here we go. And the Lord executed great vengeance upon them on the account of Israel, and he smote them with blood and frogs and lice and dog flies and evil boils which break out as blisters, and their cattle with death, and hailstones with which destroyed everything which sprouted up from them, and with locusts who ate the remainder which was left from the hail, and with darkness, and with the death of the firstborn of men and cattle. And upon all their gods the Lord took vengeance, and he burned them with fire, and everything was sent in your hand to announce before it was done. And you related it to the king of Egypt before all of the servants and before his people, and everything happened according to your word. 10 great and cruel judgments came on the land of Egypt, so that you might execute vengeance upon it for Israel. And the Lord did everything on the account of Israel according to his covenant which he made with Abraham, that he would take vengeance upon them, just as he had done, just as they had made them serve by force. Remember when I told you they only gonna get a little while to rule, and they gonna be so uncomfortable at the end of this? Whatever they put us through is gonna be nothing compared to what they're gonna go through. Okay. The leaders that are siding with Israel right now are not siding with God's people. They are siding with the antichrist that has been over there for 3.5 years. And you can tell by the massacres and all that they are doing, it is literally lining up with the antichrist. Everything that they're doing, taking away the rights of the people. This is all stuff that Lucifer does. God don't take away your rights. He don't take away your free will. And so many brainwashed a part of the church saying they stand with Israel. Listen, I've been telling y'all that the people, since day one, that the people in Israel are not, they're Romans. and the rest of the remnants of the people that filtered in from the north. You can tell who the lineage of the real Israel is because they are still hated upon earth right now. They are just, as a matter of fact, that's why they're making all the laws. Because the laws right now are being made for other people, but most of the laws being made right now is for black people in America. They are targeted at black people. So it's crazy that the same thing that was happening during this time back in the day is happening right now. And what are they saying? They are unaliving our black men because we multiply like groceries. So the same thing that was going on back in Egypt and Canaan and all of that, the same spirits are in our leaders right now. Because they doing word for word what they did whenever they was getting ready to exterminate the people that God chose. Hello. There's nobody hated more than a black woman and a black man around the world. We can't go nowhere. I don't care. And I'm not saying all of those people are the tribes, all black people are the tribes, but black people cannot go nowhere. Nowhere. We can leave our country, go somewhere else, baby. They still looking crazy. Hello. You hear me? So if God said you're going to be hated throughout the earth because of my name and because you're my people, who's hated all over the earth? God's word don't lie. He said you're going to be hate. People going to hate you just because you mine. Hello? White folks ain't hated all around the world. Hate to say it, Spanish people ain't either. Asians ain't hated all around the world. Indians are not hated all around the world. Only black folks. Black folks are viewed as the lowest thing on the planet everywhere. David. They say black people weren't the indigenous people. Okay, that's what they say. Right? Black people weren't the indigenous people to everywhere. So why y'all got to keep erasing history if that's not the truth? Why whenever they dig down deep and they find a temple or an old painting or something, it's niggas? Why all the noses knocked off for the black statues, but the white statues in Rome still got their noses and their little wee-wees? They on full display. They little lips and their little butt cheeks. Little skinny legs. Make it make sense. Sarah. Still buying the Arab Egyptian like this. A lot of church people are praying against what's going on over there, and I'll be saying, are you praying against God's will? They be like, it's wrong for those people to be treated like that. Listen, that's why they sterilized Ethiopian people who went to Jerusalem. Okay. Because they know the truth. Yeah. It's spooky. Okay, here we go. Let's keep going. All right, it says, and Prince Mastema stood up before you and desired to make you fall into the hand of Pharaoh. And he aided the magicians of the Egyptians, and they stood up and acted before you. Who is Mastema? Excuse me. a demon. He is the leader of the demons, which correlates to the fact that they are using the same method of oppression that they are repressing here, to hold the atrocities of the lion right, right, right. The tempter. Okay, okay, okay. So ancient evil spirits have been inhabiting the leaders forever. That's what we just read. Magicians and demons have been ruling the leaders all the way back in Pharaoh days. Didn't old boy that got old boy in office say he 3,000 years old or something? His body looked like it. Looked like he housing something old and decrepit in there, looking like the man from the Ninja Turtles. Kush wasn't even thought of, and he was definitely darker than dark. This part. You said, listen, you're welcome. You're welcome. This my dad though. All right, here we go. Ooh, he said, thus we let them do evil, but we did not empower them with healing so that it might be done by their hands. And the Lord smote them with evil wounds, and they were unable to stand because we destroyed their ability to do any single sign. Mm-mm-mm. And despite all the signs and wonders, Prince Mastema was not shamed until he had become strong and called the Egyptians so that they might pursue after you with all the army of the Egyptians. Interesting. With their chariots and with their horses and with the multitude of the peoples of Egypt. So basically, God is saying, we let them do all the magic they wanted to do, but the only thing we didn't give them the ability to do, because remember, and I know a lot of Christians gonna disagree. It doesn't matter. It's because you just don't know. The fallen angels taught magic. It became witchcraft when the fallen angels taught it. The fallen angels wasn't fallen at first. And I'm not talking about the ones that fell with Lucifer. I'm talking about the watchers. They were the judges. They were the people, the beings that decided all the matters for the humans before there was kings. And when they fell in the seventh generation from Adam in Genesis 6, once they start blowing out backs, they start giving out heaven's secrets. You can read that in Enoch. Enoch literally says that they taught the women the secrets of heaven. And then it goes into, they taught them how to cut roots, how to do enchantments. Okay. Angels don't create nothing. So that means magic has to be in heaven in order for them to use the sigils of angels and signs and symbols to create it. These are all heavenly symbols. Thank you, Steph. Okay? So God said, I let them they used it. He said, I just didn't give them the ability because magic costs. It literally takes a part of your life force when you are using it. So God let them use all their magical energy, but he didn't give them abilities to heal the sores or heal the animals. So they got to do all the signs and wonders, but they couldn't heal themselves. Mastema, one of the high-ranking demons, and the magicians were controlling the Pharaoh, inhabiting him, possessing him. It's crazy that all the politicians, when they catch them at the right angle, they got snake eyes. Reptilians. The skin don't fit right. Sugar. He was wearing them like an Edgar suit. It was Edgar, but it wasn't Edgar. Oh, thank you. Hello. All the politicians, most of them be spazzed out. They be in another. Well, y'all done seen that one. They all be gone. Because the demon ain't maybe had a body this long. They be hopping in and out. The eyes is the window to the soul. So leaders have been being inhabited by the ruling spirits of darkness since back in the day. You said watching too many movies. Sure. He was wearing him like an Edgar suit. They be wearing him like an Edgar suit. Okay. They be telling y'all what's up. All right, it says, and I stood, and y'all know what the chariots would be now. Those would be our tanks, right? Those were the war vehicles. When they pulled out the chariots, they was going to war. So when it says they came with the chariots and with their horses and a multitude of people, that's the army. That's the Humvees and all of that. Y'all get that, right? We've been seeing military on horses. We've been seeing the tanks and the Humvees in the streets, and we've been seeing all the soldiers. That's the same thing. They plan on putting us back into slavery. Trump is trying to take us back to pre-1950s or 60s, which is when certain things were okay, closer to slavery times. He's trying to get rid of different parts of the Constitution, which would make slavery legal again. So what spirit do we think is working in our leadership right now? Because they're not even using a different play. They're not even using a different play. They're using the same thing that these people were using back right before all of the plagues came. You said what's not going to happen? It's already happening. It is, Kim. It's the same demons. Okay, here we go. It says, and I stood between the Egyptians and Israel, and we delivered Israel from his hand and the hand of his people. And the Lord brought them out through the midst of the sea as through dry land. And all of the people whom he brought out to pursue after Israel, the Lord our God threw into the middle of the sea, into the depths of the abyss beneath the children of Israel. Just as the men of Egypt cast their sons into the river, he avenged 1 million. So at least 1 million boys were thrown into the water and unalived, and God killed at least 1 million Egyptians in that ocean, or in the Red Sea. Mind you, he had already killed the firstborns. They threw their babies in the water, and he said, I'm going to throw y'all babies in the water. But mind you, most of these men had already lost their uncle, their granddaddy, their father, their son, their nephew, because whoever was the firstborn of whatever family. What if it's every firstborn male had a son? What if all your boys had a son? It don't matter if it's your baby. Okay? What if all your kids is girls and then you have a son? It's still your firstborn son. What if your daddy was the firstborn son? He's out of here. What if your grandpa was the firstborn son? Out of here. Your uncle, out. And then his whole line. Could you imagine? Okay, brother or sister born first. Well, it really don't matter. It don't matter in the area. It's just your firstborn son. I only got one. And then if my son had a son, it would be his son. And if it's 4 generations of us, whichever the firstborn son out of that generation, out of that family is gone, all of them. So what if everybody in the family had boys first? You could lose your granddaddy, your daddy, your brother, and your son all in one day. And all your nephews. Or at least the firstborn of all your brothers. That's a lot of death in one day. You wake up, your daddy dead. What if your husband is the firstborn son? So you could lose your father, your husband, your son, your brother, and your nephews. All, you woke up, you went to sleep, everybody was cool, you woke up, and this is 8, 9, 10 people dead instantly in your family in 6 hours. Them people over there, that spirit, I don't like it, dad knows what he's doing. Right. Think about that. I mean, do you really think about if everybody, we'll say it was 10 million Egyptians. You said me, my son, and my nephew. This. All in one day? Shadow Ninja. Like you go to bed tonight, you wake up, and every firstborn son in your whole entire family is gone. You said, and your dad. On top of them being managers of the businesses as well as the heir. On top, the ones that keep the family moving through the bloodline. Come on. I don't think people really be breaking down what God did when it said the firstborn sons. That's in each family, in each section of the family. What if they woke up and 50 family members was dead at one time? You said no, people have not been doing that. What's your breaking down? You said that's what? Right. They probably was just thinking the first. No, it's first, like my son, my brother's sons, my granddaddy's son, my husband's. You see what I'm saying? Side, like you're waking up to just all of these dead men everywhere, dead boys. Dead. Just think if you just had your baby 2 weeks ago, and you had all these girls, and then your son was gone too. My father, my husband, and my stepson, and my son. Okay, you picking up what I'm putting down now. Livestock was dying too. You said the way you're breaking it down really makes you think. Listen, when God give his, that's why he be like, don't worry about vengeance, because when I hit them, baby, they gonna wish they would have never. So they went through all of that, and then, because you got to think, a lot of the firstborn sons was put into the military. They had to go serve in the military for a minute so that they could get some good structure and this, that, and the other. Then they come back, and then, they run the family business, but they have that whole whatever going. So not only was it all of these first, but then whatever son you got left, what if it was your second son that you sent into the army to fight against this big God, whatever. Now you done lost them in the water. So they could have easily lost 2, 3 sons, nephews, and whatever else in this short amount of time. He said, since you trying to make the Israelites not grow, I'm about to cut off so much lineage in Egypt, it's going to be crazy. You realize how much lineage died in one night? The great-grandpa, the grandpa, the great-uncle, I mean, you said I would have been gone. You would have been gone because you the first son? People was thinking eldest. It didn't say eldest, it said firstborn. Well, what if you got all girls and you only got one boy? Like me, I got all girls and one boy. My son is the firstborn son because he's the only son I had. My fiance and son would be gone. Listen, entire bloodlines. This. Plus, they had many wives and concubines, so many firstborn sons were lost. This. That's what I'm saying. It was whole bloodlines like wiped out. You said me too. One son. Okay. Y'all feeling it now? What God did? Because they said the wailing was heard so loud in the morning. You might wake up your husband, your daddy, your brother, and your son gone. Then your sister come over. Same thing at her house. Go to your cousin's house. Go see your mama, your daddy gone. It was no house except for the places that put the blood over the door that didn't see death. That's like you going through your whole neighborhood and your house the only one that death didn't come to. But every single other house in your whole housing development, somebody died. Multiple people in that house in one night. What you think that neighborhood gonna sound like? And think about it. What if it was your whole city? Also, that could be the cause of the generational hatred. Of course it is. I would not be here. Grandpa, dad, me, his son. Come on. My hubby, you said it would be your hubby first and second born. I would lose it. Okay. When God be playing, when God say it's my turn, it be ugly. So all of that had already happened. And then 1 million of them get drowned in the Red Sea. That's like, y'all remember when they did the first Million Man March? Just think about how big the Million Man March was and how many people was there, right? And how that crowd looked. Just imagine a wall of water coming down and killing all of those people at one time. You hear me? See, when you think about firstborn son being gone and you don't hit it like that, it's different. Imagine the wails to wake up and think you about to make your husband some food, wake your son up for school, call your brother and check on him, and everybody gone in one night. The difference this time is they ain't going to be able to die. So all that we read about the festering sores and there'll be no cure for them, you don't think that that falls right in the line with them taking our medicine? Because they want people to suffer and die. God said, okay, so that's cool, because I'm going to come get them. But you, on the other hand, will have to suffer and not be able to die. And I'm going to remove the pain tolerant, like the blackout thing, so you won't even be able to like go into shock. You just going to have to feel it. There'll be no cure for these plagues. There'll be no medicine that can numb you enough to take away the pain. That's the difference between Egypt and now. He gave them mercy when he let them die. He gave them grace when he let them die. This time around, it's all the same plagues. Okay? It's all of the same plagues. But guess what? Won't be no pain relief. When that manticore come up out the ground and start stinging people, and you got to be in a paralytic state for however long, 3 months, 6 months, whatever, but you're going to feel all the pain? You mean like how they taking people's Medicaid and they can't get no medicine, and so they just got to be in pain because they want to prove it? It is. You said, dang, the harm they inflict will be multiplied unto them, and they won't be able to get out of the pain. And then, because we know the only people that's going to take that are um, the people that take the mark is going to have these sores. So think about how they going to feel about the people. So, okay, say y'all do got us in a concentration camp. We not going to have the sores. The manticores coming out of the ground won't be stinging the people that's alive that don't have the mark. It's only going to be stinging the people that have the mark. So they're going to have to see people walking around that are completely fine while they are writhing in agony from these boils and this bubonic plague or whatever it is, what all God going to bring. Because these punishments are only for the people. The next wave of punishments, it's only for the people that take the mark. Get some blessed oil and go over your door. Pray. Olive oil. Okay? So the pain that they're getting ready to inflict, we only gonna have to deal with it for a little bit. Can you imagine what it's gonna be like when God takes the spirit of death from the earth? Christians will still be able to die. They won't. Do you understand how crazy that is? How angry is they gonna be at us for real? We walking around without no boils, no whatever, and they is boiled up. In their mouth, in between their toes, under their arms. I didn't have boils before. I know how they feel, honey. And you hit what, you be about to cuss everybody out. So I couldn't imagine having them in my mouth, in my eyes, in my ears, in the back of my head, in the This gonna be stinky. Ugh. That's probably why they show us the zombies with the maggots falling out their body. Hello. You said Revelation says there will be crying for death to come, and it ain't gonna show up. You welcome. You said yes, and their rage will be great against his chosen. Remember, it said he gonna let the sun heat up. This Revelations. He gonna let the sun heat up. And they already got boils. He gonna let the sun heat. Oh my. It's gonna be stupid, Rika. Baby, listen. For a little bit of food that you probably gonna be in too much pain to even try to eat. They own the water now, don't they? The elite owns the water. So you can die for Christ, but stay suffering for their unbelief. Here we go. Okay, hold on. Okay. They own the water. You said, is the Old Testament Revelation the same as the Old? What? Honey, email me whatever questions you have. You said hot and sweaty pus-filled boils. Ew, the smell alone is going to be redunculous this far, Mari. That's why they're trying to block the sun. Exactly, they're not going to be able to do it. No, they're not the same. Okay? All because you wanted to take the mark and you didn't want to go hungry. Starve me. You hear me? You said, and if anyone is around these sores, they will catch it. But this is only going to be for the people that take the mark. And that's why it's crazy that the Christians don't want to read about Revelations and they steer clear from it, because God taking death from the earth would be the zombie apocalypse. That means you gonna pew and it's gonna be all gone back here and you still gonna be living. That means you gonna jump splat and splat. You gonna be walking flat. Like the little boy from Willy Wonka that got rolled out, or the girl, whichever, Violet, that was all skinny, or whoever, whichever one of them they had to roll and juicer. Could you imagine swan diving and then still living? I'm talking about falling 400 feet and still living. Tabitha, you gonna be walking flat. Ain't nothing worth that. You said the death becomes her movie. This. Is that gonna be worth it for a little measly 3 years or 2 years or year and a half? No. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. They own the water. You said just like they cloned Tyrone without the clones. This part. So think about it. They own the water now. They're gonna take the water from us. As soon as they do, God is gonna turn it to blood. Oh, you said my babies can't have no water. Nobody ain't drinking none. You want to give them putrid water to drink? You want to stop running the water filtration systems and the water treatment plants? Okay, I'll give you blood to drink. And don't forget that all of the animals and the fish and all of that stuff is going to be dying in the water. So what you about to drink? What you about to purify? The chunky fish water that's full of fish blood and rotting corpses from the fish? From the whales, from the shark, and all the stuff. Because it ain't just the stuff we see on the top and in the reef. No, baby. It's coming up from all the way at the bottom. All the little planktons and all of the stuff. They still finding stuff. All of that stuff. Dead jellyfish. All of that. A third of the ocean life and sea life and river life is going to die. What water are you drinking, pumpkin? What water are you drinking? So you gonna feed us toilet water, but God is gonna feed y'all soupy, chunky, bloody fish water. Oh, okay. And what'll be real crazy is if, like he did in one of the stories where we read, where when the Hebrews would go up to the water fountain or whatever, the clean water would come out, and when the people that had them siege would go up there, it would none come out. You mean like that? Asia, or is it Aisha? Whatever, pumpkin. I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about right now. Okay. But yes, that's all things that are all over TikTok. A lot of the questions that you're asking me, they're all over TikTok, pumpkin. Okay, but I don't like people, not saying that you are, and I know you asking questions, but it's a place I'm going real quick. Okay, those, it's okay. No, but I just email me those questions and we can answer them there, because a lot of the questions that you're asking, I've already answered in other classes. Yes, it's Trova CERCA, this name backwards, to at Gmail. You said they're going to try, or you could just go watch like some of my initial classes from 2022, and a lot of your answers will probably be, questions will be answered there. You said they're going to try and unalive each other just to get away from the pain. Yep, and they ain't gonna be able to go nowhere. Not a place. Okay, so I need y'all to go to page 575. Actually, 574. In book one, though. Excuse me, go to book one. Go to book one. And then I need y'all to go to page 574 real quick. And go to verse 11. Okay, look. I really don't want to lose this place. Okay. All right, this is the Greek apocalypse of Ezra. All right. So it says, and God said, first I shall cause by shaking the fall of four-footed beasts and men. And when you see that brother delivers brother over to death, and children will rise up against parents, and a wife abandons her own husband, and when nation will rise up against nation in war, then you shall know that the end is near. Why would that happen? Why would a brother give up his brother unto death? Why would children rise up against their parents? Could civil war be a reason? Think about it. People are splitting from their parents right now. People are not talking to their brothers and sisters because of who they voted for right now. If your brother take the mark and you don't, they're going to be a part of the global society, and they will offer you up to be killed because their loyalty is to their leader and not to their family. Because the Unite people are going to be saying turn it just like they did during 2020. They're going to have an anonymous line, and you're going to get paid for turning in people that are not a part of the global community. They already know they are the wheat and the tares. They already know they're offering you up to death. When they turn you over to the one world government, they are offering you up to death. And they're going to. Your neighbors. Do you see it happening now? Neighbors turning in their neighbors. Teachers turning in kids. It's already starting. You said they already have a global citizen concert every year. Here we go. We right here, David. It's right here. Okay. So it says, and when nation will rise up against nation in war, then you shall know that the end is near. And then brother will not have mercy upon brother, nor man upon his wife, nor children upon their parents, nor friends upon friends, nor slave upon master. For the opponent of men himself will come up from Tartarus and will show many things to men. What shall I do to you, Ezra? And will you argue this case with me? A man is going to turn his... But wait. Didn't I tell y'all that's why I had to get rid of that man that I was carrying his last... Well, I never took his last name, but we was married. And God kept telling me he going to turn you over to the people. You need to get away from him. And then when the little thing came in 2020, I said, we're not taking that because it's a part of the system. And he said, I'm not listening to you. Well, he waited just as good till we separated and he got it. And he's gotten, the extras and everything. I said, God told me. He told me you was going to take it way back. And you kept telling me no. But God don't lie to me. And you did. Interesting. And I didn't find out until like a year or two. Probably a year after because I told you I had seen him at my daughter's house one time when I went to visit them, and he told me he got the thing. I said, you already know what that is. He was like, man, I had to for my job. I'm like, oh, okay. That's gonna be the excuse people use. I did. And now everyone is talking about the Tartarians and yeah. Okay. All right, so then I need y'all to go to page 575 and go to verse 25 where it says the Antichrist. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, 575, the Antichrist, right? Here we go. So it says, and they led me away to the north, and I saw a man there restrained with iron bars. And I asked, who is this? This is Ezra now. And he said to me, this is the one who says, I am the Son of God, and who made stones bread and water wine. And the prophet said, make known to me what sort of appearance he has, and I will inform the race of men lest they believe in him. And he said to me, the appearance of his face is as of a wild man. His right eye is like a star rising at dawn, and the other is unmoving. So he has a wandering eye. His mouth is 1 cubit. His teeth are a span long, and his fingers like scythes. Excuse me. The soles of his feet are 2 span, and on his forehead an inscription, Antichrist. He was exalted up to heaven, and he will descend as far as Hades. One time he will be a child, another an old man. And the prophet said, Lord, how do you permit the race of men to stray? And God said, hear my prophet. He becomes a child and an old man, and let no one believe him that he is my beloved son. And after these things, a trumpet, and the graves will be opened, and the dead will rise uncorrupted. Then the opponent, Then the opponent, having heard the terrible threat, will hide himself in the outer darkness. Then the heaven and earth and the sea will perish. Then I shall burn the heaven for 80 cubits, and the earth for 100 cubits. And the prophet said, and in what did the heavens sin? And God said, since blank is the evil. And the prophet said, Lord, in what did earth sin? And God said, since the opponent, having heard my terrible threat, will hide in it, and because of that I shall melt the earth, and with it the rebel of the race of men. What did they say is flowing towards New York? A heat blob, and they don't even know where it came from. Lava. Interesting. What are they worried about erupting on our planet right now, on every continent and in the oceans? Could a lot of underwater volcanoes cause a lot of the fish to die all at one time? Seeing as the area where the volcanoes is like a circle, and it's a lot of water in between there. That could cause a lot of the fish in the waters to die from the sulfur and the ash and all of that, and then they need clean oxygen, water, whatever to breathe and all of that. Oh, okay. Interesting. Thermal disruption. You said movies just popping up off the page, ain't they? Ain't they, sis? They is. And people want to play with God. I said, baby, do what you want to do. That don't got nothing to do with me. Hold on, y'all. And underwater volcanoes causing global warming, and they lying saying it's human overpopulation. Right. And the Leviathan about to come up. That's the thing. All the stuff that's been hidden in the ice, that's been God had his cryo center going, cryogenics. Ain't that what it's called when they freeze it and then they can unfreeze it and the tissue is still some good? Oh yeah, they got that from my dad. Because he said all the stuff that's been in the earth, where's glaciers that go way deep down in the, oh okay, so the stuff that was frozen and now it's melting at an accelerated rate. Interesting. Giant worms the size of whatever state or something, cities and stuff. Oh, okay. Oh, didn't they show us this in Battle of the Monsters or something of the monsters where stuff was coming out the volcano phoenixes and all of these beings that mammoths and whatnot? Because God said the stuff that was here before the flood is about to come back to help destroy the earth. And they said, oh, I don't believe that. And giants are showing up on every mountain, all around, everywhere. In Afghanistan, in Montana, in New Hampshire, everywhere. Mexico. All of a sudden, we got these 20 and 15 and 18-foot beings and 11-foot beings showing up. And then if you say anything about it, then you come up missing. Interesting. They already have earthquakes in New York and also in Jersey as well. Here we go. Godzilla. Bradley, Gen Z. Come on. And it's bigger than ones than Bradley. Bradley ain't the biggest ones. Because they just had some Afghanis or whatever riding on Trues and Vogues at a car show in Dubai or somewhere. They riding box Chevys, baby. And it was two niggas standing up there. And if you see how far, there's no reason they should have been there. Them men was easily 20 feet tall. Standing on top of that mountain, baby. And I lived in Arizona. People do not look like that big. If you're on the ground, like South Mountain, if you're standing at the bottom of South Mountain, or if you're on the top of South Mountain, people do not look that big, honey. Especially not from that far away. They was huge. The fact that you could even see them on top of the mountain, because if you're hiking and you're at the base of the mountain in the canyon or whatever it is, and you're looking at the peak, people do not look this damn big. They look this big. If I'm looking down from the top of South Mountain, the cars, the houses, the lights, everything look like little ant stuff. Especially the further you get away from it. No. So for them to be this dang big and that person zoomed their camera back out and they was still that big, oh yeah, no, something's not right with it. Bradley is a baby compared to what's about to come out. He is. But y'all seen the real tall Afghani dude. I don't know. I know he's from over there. He used to put his hand, he'd be standing in, and he's standing there, and he got the regular size man, and the regular size man come to his hip, and he was playing with his head like a 2-year-old little kid. As in the days of no, exactly. You hear me? We lost power in parts of Connecticut this morning. Yep. So understand, it's a lot. Everything that people didn't want to believe, like people said, oh, the giants in the Bible weren't real. It was just Goliath. They was only 12 feet. You're a liar. And don't lie to nobody no more. Because the Bible said that they was as tall as the sons of Anak or whatever, or whatever race of giants was as tall as the trees in Lebanon. They like 120 feet, 150 feet. And the older ones were bigger than that. It says they were as tall as the tree, the what's the names in Lebanon? Hello. Or do you not believe the Bible? And again, how tall do a man have to be for Joshua and them to look like ants to them? Cedars, thank you. The cedars of Lebanon. If Joshua, they always talking about Joshua and and Abraham and Moses and all these people. Well, do y'all believe that they had a reason to be scared? Because if you've ever been up in the arch, people look like ants. Maybe the Sears Tower. I don't know what tall building is close to you. But if you've ever been up in a super tall skyscraper, people look like ants. And so when Joshua says, when we went into Canaan, they saw us as grasshoppers and we saw them as such, or vice versa. We was the size of grasshoppers to the people that was living in Canaan. And then you wonder who built all of the monolithic structures that we have. Okay. How tall does something have to be for even a 7-foot man to be a grasshopper to it? Tell me. I'll be right back, y'all. I'm telling you, like people when they read the Bible, they just read it, but they don't really do the measurements and all of that, so you can understand what they. Ooh, y'all, my stomach. I know what it is. It's the macaroni. Dang, dairy got my stomach so up. You said 250 to 300 feet tall, type, and 450 feet too. Don't forget them. Goliath was a baby. He was a third part giant. He was only like 9 or 12 feet. Grasshoppers vary in size, but generally range from 1.5 inch to 4 inches in length. Some tropical species can even reach up to 6 inches. Most common grasshoppers fall within 1.5 to 2 inch range. Exactly. Exactly. So just imagine us to a grasshopper. That's how the normal sized men were to these men in Canaan. Now you understand why the Israelites was, or the Hebrews or whatever, was always scared to go up against the armies, because most people don't research that all of the people they was fighting was giants. That's why they used to be like, are we scared? Because yeah, it's 200,000 men, but it's 200,000 men that are over 100 feet tall. That changed the score. And we know that David and his mighty men were fighting all kinds of giants. It talks about when he ran from King Saul that Ami or whatever his name is, Shimei or whatever his name is, was tossing rocks at him, running, throwing boulders, not rocks. He was throwing boulders at David. Boulders. This is scripture. So even in the time of David, there was men bigger than Goliath. Goliath had brothers. There was other races of giants. David had giants on his team. He married a giantess. So David had giant sons as well, because he married a woman that was out of the line of the giants. He had, again, people be thinking that David only had one wife. I mean, Bathsheba. No, that's why God was mad, because the nigga had 7 already when he took Uriah's wife. He already had 7 wives. Or 6. She was like the 7th or 8th wife. He was like, why you take that man only one wife and you already had 7? Look it up for yourself. You didn't need his wife. You already had one. Actually, you had 7. He said he's smack. Listen. A lot of times when God told the people he didn't want them mixing with a certain group of people, it was because they was giants. They were descended. Now, the 12 tribes of Israel was giants too. All of Jacob's sons were giants. They just weren't the biggest giants. They were like the runts of all the giants. This is why all of the giants used to go against them, because they were giants as well. And if you read the 12 patriarchs, you will see. That's why they always talk about the giant kings. They were. Judah was able to outrun a freaking, like they could pick up bears and dash them against the rocks. And you see, because Nimrod or Gilgamesh, Nimrod and Gilgamesh is the same person. He was holding a fully grown lion like y'all hold y'all cats right now. And it says he was a mighty hunter. He was a king. What was he hunting? Giants. We know that because he went to war with Og. Hello? The last of the Rephaim. The sons of Rapha that had 6 fingers and 6 toes and double rows of teeth. And other extra extremities. Extra arms and all of this. Y'all think Shiva is just a god that they made up. No, there was plenty of giants that had the same extra arms and legs that you see in India right now that their people are born with. That is a genetic marker that those beings lived. The 2-headed people and the 2-headed giants, and okay, it's in our human our human genetic disorders right now. All of it. They show elephant people. We have elephantiasis or elephantitis, however you say that. We got that, where half of the body will be looking like elephant skin, elephant limbs, elephant this and that. And they say it comes from a mosquito. Malaria or something like that. Not malaria, but it comes from a mosquito biting you or whatever. And that makes your body swell up and look like elephant skin, and your foot look like an elephant foot, your arm, I had a teacher that had it when I was in the 6th grade, our music teacher. Okay? So all of these things show up. Where people? Well, we have genetic disorders called hypertrichosis, which is werewolf syndrome, where the person's whole body, except for their face, the palms of their hand, and their feet, that's the only part of their body that's not covered with hair. Okay, that's a weird person. You said Rena sis with her, fused fingers. Exactly. We got people with webbed fingers, webbed toes, everything. They heart is on the opposite side. There's women that have 2 wombs. All of this, you said, porphyria? Is that how you say that? Porphyria? Is vampires? Okay. I don't know. I don't think I said that right. Porphyria or porphyria? I don't know if I said that right. Okay, so all of these things are here, but they keep telling you they're mythical beings. Well, why do the genetics show up in human if they were myth? Because we have dentist people that work in the dentist office. They said they remove double rows of teeth all the time. We know that we have doctors and people in here that have had the extra fingers removed. You said I knew a family where they were covered in fur, conjoined twins. Because all of the giants had like multiple digits. That's how you knew that they weren't completely human, because it was something with them that was extra. Right. Aphrodite and Hermes children will be considered an intersex person right now. Hermes and Aphrodite. Their children were hermaphrodites. Hermes, the children of Hermes and Aphrodite. We don't call them that anymore. We call them intersex people. Hermes and Aphrodite's children. It's right in your face. Mm-hmm. Gotta do your research. And people think it's just biblical. No. Because in the Bible, it literally talks about mer people, Dagon, and all of this, their God. They took it to the temple of their God. They talk about all of these mystical beings in the Bible. Job, everybody believe in Job and they want a Job blessing. Well, Job talked about unicorns. He talked about the Leviathan. The brontosaurus. He talked about the dinosaurs. He talked about all of them. Why would he be talking about that just randomly? Unless he didn't seen it. Because the dinosaurs was here. They show you in the Flintstones that the dinosaurs was around. The Bible is always talking about dragons. Dinosaur, it didn't come in until the early 1900s, the word dinosaur. Before that, everything was dragon. Several people in my family have 2 rows of teeth. The orthodontist says it's found in the people of Native American descent. Interesting. Job's Cyclops is everything. It's all there, y'all. All of it. Job's brother was Trident or Nereus. You said Japan also making dinosaurs. Okay. You said, what about people born with tails? A vestigial tail. And there are people born with horns too. They call subcutaneous horns. Yes. Yes. I can show you something. Shannon the Realtor. Let me show you this handy dandy book I got right here. It's called The Resurrectionist. This book. I'm going to tell you what it's called before. The Resurrectionist. Okay? Because I already know somebody going to ask. The Resurrectionist. But look. This, I open right to it. This would cause somebody to have a tail, wouldn't it? See the human rib cage and all of that? The human hips? Interesting. Look it. That would cause somebody to have it. What about this? What about that? There go the extra arms, and we know what group of people have this as one of their gods. Interesting. It says that they mixed with 200 animals of the field, 200 birds of the flock, 200 fish of the sea species. What about this guy? He got a tail, and it's normally right above your butt cheeks. Interesting. I already said it. I said because I know somebody's going to ask. It's the Resurrectionist. I already answered that question. What about this? How do you know all this? Everybody in here pretty much took biology. How do you know this? Anatomy. How do you know this? You said there are babies born with tails. Of course there are. Mm-hmm. No. People with Neanderthal and DNA were born with tails. Just like I didn't evolve from no monkey. I know where that comes from too. The Tower of Babel. Because at the Tower of Babel, men were turned into ape men and elephant men. And they were in Shinar, which is close to India. No. Now, if you have Neanderthal DNA, then yeah, you probably was born with a tail. Uh-huh. But not me. That part, Shannon. Right. Exactly. That's what I said. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. A tailbone. It is called a tailbone, but it ain't because you had no tail. Now there are people that are still go look up vestigial tail right now. They tell you it's the abnormal bone growth. Well, how is horns growing out your head at the specific place where they grew out, either on a cow? It's a lady in India with horns growing out her head, and she has to have them shaved off. A lot of them knots, they be coming up on people's heads, and they just like appear when they old, or they get them removed as babies, and they say they're cysts. They're not. They are not. They call it an abnormal bone growth. No, it's not. Yes, it is by Spencer Black. What about this? We have a syndrome in humans called bird syndrome, Shekel syndrome, Seckle syndrome. Sorry, not Shekel, Seckle. It's called bird syndrome. I wonder where that came from. Could it be the harpies? Because if you ain't never seen this, how can you tell me the muscular structure, how everything is, how everything connects? If you've never seen it, how are you giving me all of this? What's even more interesting, and then I'm going to put this book down, the ostrich feet tribe in Africa, the Domo tribe. Exactly. Mm-hmm. You know how long it takes to incubate it? How do you know how long it takes to incubate this? Embryo at 3 days, embryo at 7 days, embryo at 3 weeks, embryo at 5 weeks. How do you know? We had to do that with what you call it, frogs and whatnot. You said mermaids. We have Siren Amelia. So you mean to tell me y'all just guessing? But you can tell me where the temporal bone is, the zygomatic arch, the mandibula, the scapula, the ulnar spines, the femur, the pelvic spine, the vertebrae, the caudal spine, the soft ray dorsal fins, pelvic spines, dorsal spines. You can tell me where all of that is, and you never synced it. You can tell me how the muscular structure connects together and how it. How do you know this? How do you name this if you've never seen it? Make that make sense. We all had to do this in science. Dissect a worm, a pig, something. And you can go look up humans, and we have a disorder in humans called Siren-Amelia, aka mermaid syndrome, where the legs are fused and the feet go out like fins. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You hear me? What's the easiest way? You said a fetal pig in AP biology. Okay. Definitely had to do a pig freshman year. And we had to do worms when I was in the 7th and 8th grade. Okay? So, the easiest way to hide the truth is in plain sight. You said you did a cat? Okay. The easiest way to hide the truth is in plain sight. If you don't believe me, My niece put me on to a show called The Invisible City. I don't know if it's still on Netflix. You should watch it. The Invisible City. And there are certain places in certain countries where we cannot go. They will not allow us. It's a restricted area. You can't go 2 miles close to it, or they will shoot at you and all this. What's over there? See, we always be worried about what we see. We never worry about what they don't let us see. There's places in Hawaii you are restricted to go. Beaches you cannot go to. There's places in Africa, it's restricted. There's places all over the world in certain areas where you can't go. Mountains, certain mountain areas, you cannot go. Why is this a restricted area? What's in there? And they can't say this ain't real because Japan said we going on the 9th month. Japan been making human animal hybrids. We all know that all the governments have. But they just, you can look it up. The University of Japan said in January that they are starting their human animal hybrids. God said that what was here before the flood is going to be here in the day, like what was in the days of Noah is going to be at the end times. Well, that's when the Bible says that all flesh had corrupted itself. That's why he destroyed all the animals and everything. That it was this. You said Plum Island. Okay. It's still on Netflix? Okay. These are the beings as to why the earth had to be destroyed the first time. Because all flesh, even animal flesh, had corrupted itself. The minotaurs that you see, if you go look at all of the hieroglyphs, there's not one race of people's history that doesn't have animal-human hybrids in it. And they're all considered gods. The reason that they're considered gods is because they were the children of the fallen angels. If you go read Enoch or the Book of the Giants, either one, it talks about how these angels came down, and not only, it's in the Dead Sea Scrolls, not only did they sleep with women, they slept with animals too. Dead Sea Scrolls. Dead Sea Scrolls, right? Hmm? That's why they tell you not to read about Enoch, because then you won't know what they're doing in the labs. Boom. What's that say right there? It says a summary statement of the descent of wicked angels right here, right? Bringing both knowledge and havoc. Genesis 6, 1, 2, and 4. Okay, boom, right? So they brought the secrets of the earth, magic, right? Boom. The angels exploit the fruitfulness of the earth. Okay? Boom. The 200 angels choose animals, including presumably humans, on which to perform unnatural acts. 200 donkeys, 200 asses, 200 rams of the flock, 200 goats, 200 beasts of the field from every animal, and thousands from every bird. Is that how we got the herpes? This is how we got the minotaurs. This is how we got the satyrs. This is how we got the sphinxes. Oh, okay. They were real beings. And now Japan is doing the same thing. Boom. It says the outcome of the demonic corruption was violence, perversion, and a brood of monstrous beings. Genesis 4 and the Book of the Watchers from Enoch 1, text 36. You know what else? They knew about the flood. The two angels, the two sons of the angel Baraquiel flew to Enoch because they had a dream. Well, one of them did. It was twins. Look. You see this? After a cosmic journey, Mayway comes to Enoch and makes his request. Mayway, this is Maui. This is Maui's new name. old name, Maui. Mounted up in the air like strong winds and flew with his hands like an eagle. Hello. Okay. Too many hieroglyphs and old paintings show you people flying, men with wings flying. Hello. That's what your hang glider thing is about. This is the original word for Ohio. Ohio and Mayhia or Mayway are brothers. Ohio, the Ohio Giant Valley, you can look it up. The Ohio Valley is the Mediterranean Giant Valley. Hello. The Amorites were in Ohio. Serpent Mound, all those mounds that they have, yeah, they every time they dig one up, they find giant bones in there. And this is proven. You can go look it up for yourself. Okay? So, God said the stuff that was on the earth, top of the surface of the earth got destroyed. He never said what was inside the earth. And they keep finding caves that had whole civilizations down under there, deep, deep down in the earth. Wonder who could build that. And it's a 2, 3, 400 or 700-foot cave, or some stupid people look this big in the cave, and then they go in there and find a big old seat cut out of the rock in the cave. You said you only believe dragons were real. They're in the book I just showed you too. Several different kinds. Mm-hmm. That's the problem. People don't believe it. It doesn't mean, I mean, I just told you the genetic disorders that show that they were here. Dinosaurs are dragons. The word dinosaur didn't show up until the late 17, 18, early 1900s. Before that, everything said dragon. Dinosaur is a new word, technically, which means giant lizard. A dragon is a giant lizard. I still can't wrap my head around how could they do it. All I'm hearing in my head is meowing, oinks, moves, and squeaking. But I guess humans be making the same noises. So this part, exactly. Mm-hmm. So you got to think, if they knew, again, I just showed you that they knew that the flood was coming. God said everything on the earth. Oh, okay. I can listen to you speak. Oh, no, oh, thank you, Serena. This the thing. God says that people have eyes, but they don't use them. And they got ears, but they really don't be listening. Because the truth is sitting right in your Bible. I got to a lot of this stuff studying the lineage of the people that, why did God tell the people, don't go over there with them, don't mate with them? Why did he tell them that? People think it was because of color. It wasn't, because pretty much at this time, a lot of the people was black. Okay? Thank you so much, right? That wasn't it. It was because they had angel and animal DNA. Auntie is the lion-headed men of Moab. Didn't they fight with David, Auntie? I think it was the lion-headed men of Moab. Now they show you them riding around with a running around with a lion's head on their head. No, that's not what happened. Because if you go and you look in the hieroglyphs, you will see like men. They kind of look like a lion, like their body, but they're standing up and they have a lion head and they're fighting against regular men. You said they would take on their practices and traditions too. Exactly. 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 And did. Thank you, Auntie. And did. So the Bible tells you about the hybrids. Can y'all find the scripture? Y'all, excuse me. I ate some cheese today, and it's really tearing my stomach up. So I'll be right back. But while I'm doing that, look up all of the animal human hybrids in the Bible. Don't just look up the lion headed men. Look up the men of Gath that had 2 fingers. Look up the giants, not just Goliath and them. What y'all find? I appreciate that. You said she can go and no, we not going nowhere. I love y'all. That's because, listen, when you want to learn something or something is interesting, what are you swiping for? Right? Because it's putting the pieces together. Right? And that's what we do here. People be trying to run my class like church. No, we talk about the same stuff that you talk about in church, but we're going to go deeper because I want you to understand the Bible saying all that get an understanding. And a lot of people just be quoting scripture, but they haven't done any in-depth study into what all of that consisted of, like all of the wars and why they couldn't do certain things. That's what we do here. Because, okay, prime example, right? There's a big green book, and I'm not going to pull it out, but it says that anything that you read about the Greek and Roman gods was actually the Chaldeans or Chaldeans and the Assyrian kings. So what does that tell you? And this book was not written by people of color. It was written by white scholars. And in this book that I have back here that is 36 inches tall, the book is literally 3 feet. Okay? It says that the Assyrian and Babylonians are actually the Roman gods. Now, if you go back and you look at all of the Roman, like the ancient Romans, their pottery, niggas was black as the folks in Sudan, or blacker than that. The ancient and original Romans came up from Phoenicia and what you call it? Egypt. The first Roman letters came from Phoenicia. It was the 15 Phoenician letters where your Roman, English, all of that comes from. Celtic, all of their letters. And go look it up for yourself. Most of the ancient script that they put on the movies and then they change it into English real quick is ancient Phoenician. And we got books in here with that Phoenician alphabet, so we know this to be true. Okay? We know it to be true. But you have to dig deeper than just reading the Bible. You have to study it, and this is why the Bible says study to show yourself approved. And what a lot of times happen is people think because they memorize scripture that they've studied to show themselves approved. No, you just memorize what was right in front of you. It's the same thing you do when you go to school. You didn't study. You just memorized the scriptures. That's why they just spout out scripture, but they can't tell you any context about the story most times. The Bible ain't nothing but journals, blogs. That's it. That's all it is. The Bible is blogs. Same way we have a person when we do so. Well, most people do. I don't. I don't have camera people. I'm the camera person. I'm the everything. But most people have a camera person. They have a person to edit their stuff. Okay, that was a scribe and a painter to paint what was going on. Okay, ain't none of this new. Somebody was there to record it. It says there are black Italians that no one ever mentions but go to Italy. It's jaw-dropping when you see them and they speak Italian. This. Every time you go to any continent, China, India, when you talk to the people that Mexico, they got whole black communities. Just like I said, in the old Japanese and Chinese movies, when they had to pack that thing on their back with them little socks on and go up the mountain, the Chinese man up there was never light skinned. He was always damn near as dark as me. That should have told you something. The sensei or the whatever he be at the top of that thing, the master, me or darker. Every time. He don't look like the person that's coming to see him. And he always had all the knowledge, was old as dirt, strong, and wise. And black. Don't forget that. Black. That's why when I hate to say it, they be trying to like push like white Egyptians. White people can't stand the sun right now. Make it make sense. White people can go out into the sun right now and get sun poisoning. That makes no sense. None of that makes any sense. And then they put you in these scantily clothes. You couldn't have made it. It's not possible. Now, once you started mixing with black people, then yes, it was possible. But before that, no. They wouldn't have made it 100 years in that kind of heat. Think about it. Building, no. Mm-mm. They noses ain't even set up for it. And we've talked about this. And that's not being racist or anything. Black people have wider noses because they've always lived closer to the equator. White folks' noses have slits because you don't need that much cold air. Period. Our hair shrinks, right? Because it absorbs the heat. When you have longer stringy hair, not saying that it can't be over there, but the thinner the hair is, it grows all over your body. That's because you go live in a colder region, so the body grows hair as a defense mechanism against the weather. The hair grows all the way down your neck to protect your spine. All of these things happen with people migrating out of Africa, and their bodies change, just like the Asian people. It comes from their diet, so their skin color is different because they eat a lot of raw fish. It comes from what they eat and the elevation that they live at. Scientifically proven. This is why all of the noses are gone on all of the monolithic structures. The sphinxes, no noses. You go to Japan, they done knocked out the nose of Buddha. You everywhere you go, the noses are gone. And how do we know a person is ethnic? By their nose. We know their ethnicity most times. You can they say the Jewish nose, that little hump thing, or whatever else it is. Okay, so if a person has a wide round nose, and if you understand what the nose is used for, then you'll understand why it's like it is. Hello. People don't want to talk about it, but it's the truth. It really is. And it sucks because you would think people would want to know the truth, whether it be about the Bible, whether it be about whatever it is. Um, they do that, Patricia, because they be over here listening. The peoples be over here a lot. They echo on my YouTube and on my fan base. And they used to echo on my Instagram. That mean they listening. Yeah. They stay over here. Because they want the masses to be uninformed. And people why do y'all think they're blocking us from looking at certain stuff and seeing certain stuff? Because they don't want us to know the truth. Do we know why that is? Because the ruling spirit of this realm is deceit. The first ruler of darkness is deceit. The spirit of deceit. Why is that important? Because Adam and Eve were deceived. Hello. Were they not deceived? He told them, you ain't gonna die if you eat this. Don't listen to that. They were deceived and they lost their light because of it. Mm-hmm. They were deceived by the fallen angel who pretended to be an angel of light, and then he pretended to be a snake, and then he pretended to be an old man, and then he pretended to be a woman, and then he pretended to be a whole bunch of stuff. A dog. He done been a bird. He done been a snake. Exactly. The first lie ever told, this part. Well, he lied to himself when he said he was going on earth, we'll say, or in that realm, because he lied to himself and told himself that he would, and his brothers, and told his brothers that he was going to exalt himself, put his throne above God's throne. He lied. That was the first lie. He lied to himself. And then I guess if you lie to yourself, you can deceive other people too, because he deceived his brothers. And then he turned around and he deceived Adam and Eve, and he's been deceiving humans ever since. He deceived the people, the church folks. Okay. He deceived the church folks. That's why they took the church's money and killed Jesus with the offering. You hear me? Okay. We just read today about the leaders that allowed evil spirits. Thank you. Evil spirits to inhabit the leaders that in old ancient spirits, and y'all got what y'all said. Kevin Gates said he 1,000 years old. He didn't lie to you. That body ain't, but that spirit that inhabited him is. Demons always use people's vocal cords. Hello. Y'all watch the whatever you want to call it. They be telling y'all, and y'all be like, man, he was fried, bro. This nigga was talking. No, that spirit was using him. He's an avatar right now. He's a cup. And our leaders right now are as well. Okay? You realize they all want a kingdom. They want to feel like kings. What did the devil offer Jesus? What did he show him? What did he show him? In a moment's glance, he was able to take him up and show him what? All the kingdoms on earth. All the kingdoms on earth in a split second. So how high were they? He showed him all the kingdoms on earth at one time. They was in Jerusalem, wasn't it? So how you seeing the kingdoms in China and the kingdoms that was here in America full of black people? And the kingdoms, how did you show him all of that and y'all didn't leave? Think he opened up a portal? Like the ones they putting in cities around around the world so you can see the people in Japan and they can see you? Y'all think that's new technology? You said raggedy kingdoms compared to heaven. You know Jesus was laughing on the inside, right? Seeing as how I created you and everything you trying to show me. It's crazy. And like I say, it's sad because people really don't want to know. They just want to think, uh, they feel like God is a God that you can feel whatever you feel about him, and that's just it. And he's okay with that. When he has so much information about what happened, people think that they gonna get off just because they didn't know. I can guarantee you not. We have books that'll tell you if he brought the word to you and you rejected it. Oh yeah, it's a sin for that. I mean, it's a punishment for even just that, because you're choosing not to know. You hear me? You're choosing not to know. Okay? You can't say, "Oh, I can't be held accountable for something I didn't know." Have you ever broken a law that you didn't know and they still took you to jail? Now you can be ignorant of the law. That don't mean that you can't be bound to it. That don't mean you can't be persecuted for breaking. You can go to other countries and spit gum out on the ground, and that don't mean they're not gonna take you to jail because that's seen as disrespectful. Spitting or spitting gum on the ground, you will be in jail for 4 years. Ain't nothing your American nothing gonna be able to do about it because you should have took the time to understand the laws of where you're going. And they prisons don't be nothing like ours. Some of them be better, but a lot of them be worse. You about to get a dirt floor and a cup in a bowl with some bread in it if you get that. One shower a month. Ain't no TV, air conditioner, none of that. Heater. Ain't no uniforms. If you ain't got no clothes and your family don't bring you none, well, that's just it. It's crazy. So, moving on. I ain't about to keep you. I know folks gotta go to work. What's today? Friday? Thursday. It's about to be Friday. Okay. Thank you. This is my thing, right? You would want to learn as much as you can about God. It would be important because he said that on the last days, or when we all get to heaven and everybody standing in front of them, everybody think they just getting ready to get in to the gates. He said, hold up, cool. Let me see if you on the list. Doesn't look like you are. Go away from me, you worker of iniquity. I never knew you. Huh? You said you know everybody. He said, right, but for whatever reason, I don't know you and your name's not on the list. No, thank you. You know everything and everybody. How you don't know me? That should make you think. I feel like the ones who are going to be hit the most is American, only because the rest of the world has gone through many of the struggles that Americans forsake as trivial, and taken for granted. Come on. Okay? How can the creator of everything that says, I knew you before I formed you in your mother's womb, I know the plans I have for you, all of these things, how can he say to you, go away from me, you worker of iniquity, I never knew you, and he knows everybody. He knows every animal, every bug, everything. What do you mean? That's gonna be crazy. I get it. I get it. I get what you're saying. But why would the God of everything and that knows everything say he don't know you? He knows how many hairs you got on your head, how many eyelashes you have. He knows how many times your heart beats, no matter what they say it should beat. He knows how much blood is pumping through your veins per second. He knows how many funguses is under your pinky toe before the doctors even do. Okay? He knows how many ear hairs and nose hairs you got. How many bacteria is in your gut at this very moment? He knows. How many parasites? He knows. So for him to say he don't know you, I'm just saying, are you taking that in? He know how many breaths around the world per minute are being taken, and everybody don't breathe. You know, some people breathe. Then you got some, right? Hyperventilating, you breathing faster. He takes that in. He know how many hyperventilating breaths is going on around in the world. How many last breaths, how many first breaths, how many, because they pumping your, I mean, he knows. But he won't know you. If that don't make you think about your actions, he know how many hairs is on a cat. How many times a dog is gonna bark in an hour before they even do it? How many ants you gonna step on when you walking? How many mosquitoes is on the top of your pool because you didn't treat it? How many eggs they all laid? The what you call them, tadpoles in your pool in the backyard in the summertime. When you go out there and you see that it is overrun with tadpoles and you ain't been out there in a week or something, and it's this much water in there, and somehow or another the frog done got in there. He know how many tadpoles is it. He knows it. But he ain't gonna know you. He knows exactly how many animals or fish or whatever you call is in the sea right now, even in the deepest parts of the ocean that we have never ever been able to get to. He knows exactly how many species are down there and how many of each species. But on the day of judgment, if you have not done whatever it is that he told you to do, he won't know you. You know how many pine needles is on every single tree around this earth? How many palm branches are on every different type of every kind of palm tree around the world? He know how many coconuts and how many like it's a million things you could think about that he knows. How many different species of roses there are around the world and he won't know you? How many different crickets and grasshoppers and snakes? He knows how many species and how many species have died that are extinct. How many, but he won't know you. He know how many pieces of sand are on the planets and he won't know you. Listen. Mr. Avery. He knows. So when you leave the beach and you got sand between your crack, because you didn't lay it out forgetting that it's going to get down in there and you didn't try to shake it out, but all of them didn't get out. He know exactly how many granules of sand have left. Hello. The ones that get in between your toes, the ones that end up in your armpit, and you trying to figure out how to sand is still, how did I not shake this out at the beach? He know exactly how many pieces of sand left with you and your family in between y'all clothes, toes, and cheeks, and in your hair. But he ain't gonna know you. He knows how many breaths you have remaining. And I know y'all thinking she going no, because think about that. For him to know all of that and for him to turn around and say, but I don't know you. I don't want him to say that to me. I can't control what he do, but I would hope he don't say it. You said you would cry hysterically. Well, he said it's gonna be gnashing of teeth and screaming and yelling and begging and pleading and all of that. He said, and ain't none of it gonna move him because we all made our own decision. Listen. It is. It is very scary. And people like, I don't care. I don't care. Oh, okay. Not right now. But when all of this finished coming on down, you gonna wish you would have gave him some time. You said ain't nothing worth that. Listen, man, what you think people gonna do when these rivers like really turn to blood? See, they just thinking the red color. No. We've already looked up how many gallons of blood it would take. Like, we looked up how many gallons or how many pints or whatever of blood is in these people. And if a fourth of the population dies, it's like 8 billion people, roughly 7.5 to 8.5 billion people on the planet. So that's like, I think we did the numbers like what, 2.4 or 2.7 billion people dying at one time. A third of the animals. We looked up how many species of animals that they found so far are in the ocean and on land and da 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 da. A third of the plant life, or a fourth of the plant life, is gonna die. Oh, that's a lot of trees. That's a lot of bushes. All of that, their roots filter our water and all of these different things. The hailstorm, the hailstones. What 100-pound hailstones, 60-pound hailstones is gonna fall? Cause the same things that happened in Egypt are gonna happen now. The same plagues, maybe in a different way, but in Revelations, there's gonna be, it's either 60 or 100-pound. When they say hell, people thinking golf ball. No, this is the end of the world, and it's in there. It tells you the weight of them. It's between 60 and 100 pounds. These hailstones are gonna be. Can you imagine a 60 or 100-pound hailstone falling from the sky into your home? What is the circumference of 100-pound hailstone? Think about a medicine ball that weighs 100 pounds. You said Australia had lice, fleas, and locust outbreaks. Interesting. You said not true. You must not read the Bible. It's very true. We just read it recently. It ain't even been a month. I see why he said unbelief is going to be a sin, but they'll believe it. Most people say, I believe it when I see it. Right, exactly. That's y'all problem. Y'all didn't believe 2020 until the stores was empty. Well, God told me in 2020, he told me in 2017, May, when my daughter graduated, that in 2020 it wasn't going to be no food. People wasn't going to be able to go outside, and a whole bunch of people was going to die. And so you know what I did? I wrote it down in my journal, and then I started prepping for it. And all of my family members and friends called me crazy, and then they was calling me and asking me where to go get food at, and I said, I don't know, because I don't have to go get any. I don't have to go get laundry soap, toilet paper, washing powder, deodorant, socks, nothing, because I've been storing for the last 2.5 years. Sure was. So much so that in 2021, almost going into 2022, I didn't have to buy, from 2017, I didn't have to buy anything. Laundry soap, everything I still have. 2 freezers full of food. Okay, and plenty of canned goods and stuff. Waters was stocked. I didn't have to buy anything. That's the problem with this world, is they have to see it before they believe it. Well, that's the wrong time. I mean, if you have to see a missile before you believe it's coming, well, we know what's going to happen with that. You said, what is it? 45? What is these numbers for? 45,359. What is this? You said one land on you and it's over. Exactly. But what if it's at a time when the God is taking death from the earth? Then what? That's the problem. People don't believe that God is about to flex his big arms, but he is. It's like a slap contest. That's what they about to be in. You know how they got the slap contest where they got to put the one hand behind their back? God said, I've been hitting you with my right, but this left about to take you out the game. Sleep. He said, I'm going to crack the sky, didn't he? Slap. And smite all the people. Slap. And throw Lucifer. Slap. Then I'm going to burn everything up. Boop, bop. It's done. Excuse me. Excuse me, world. Can you wake up? Excuse me. Hey, hey, hey. Here, come on. Are you, hello? Like that. You didn't even see it coming. Knock fire from your butt. Yeah, God about to be in the slap contest and he gonna win. Don't matter if you believe that this nigga can slap you so hard that it's gonna knock you out. But you gonna find out today. You signed up for it. You didn't even know. Okay. Do whatever you will, I guess. Let me know how that work out for y'all. Not believing in such. Because just because you don't believe in something don't mean it don't believe in you. Hello. You don't have to believe that your house can ever get robbed. That don't mean it ain't. I'm just saying. You don't have to believe that your spouse will ever cheat on you, but that don't mean they ain't. I can't believe it. Too bad. We saw the proof. Listen. I do. As a matter of fact, do you see what I see? We talked about it here 2 years ago? We talked about they were gonna do it and tell them they didn't do it and it was gonna be the real thing. And then that's exactly what they did. We talked about it years ago. They gonna tell them they didn't do it and it's gonna be the real thing. And then that's exactly what they did. I knew when they started building that temple what it was. But they didn't just start building. They telling the world that. They built that thing back in 17. There was videos from when they did the shekel thing, when old boy gave them the money to put the consulate over there in Jerusalem, or the American embassy, and they gave money, and they gave him the shekel, and they called him the Prince of Peace, and all of that stuff. Yeah. There's a whole thing that now we can't, I haven't been able to find the video, but I played it here. And they said, well, how long is it going to take? They said the temple is already built. We already started on it. It should be done. What did they say, 2018? 2020? Hello? It was all on the news. And I played it here, but I can't find it now. So it's on one of our YouTube recorded videos. So why they keep trying to convince the world that they building it, and then they say, oh, it's prefab, right? Because y'all already built it. Y'all just moving it. That's what prefab is. It's built somewhere in one place, and then they take it apart or whatever and take the pieces over here and put it together. Oh, okay. So then what we knew in 2018 and 2017 was it was already built. They're going to take it apart and move it, because that's what prefab is. Cut somewhere else, make sure it's going to go, and then we're going to move it. Hello. That's why people thinking, oh, it's going to take a whole bunch of years. It's not. It's already been built for years. And they think we so stupid that we don't remember. They do. But I do. And some of y'all do too. You hear me? We remember y'all built it. He gave you the money to build it. What you mean? Hello. What is he talking about? We was alive, silly. That was just a couple years. It wasn't that long. About 10 years ago, 8 years ago. What you mean? We And the same year that they found the cows, the antichrist came out a month or so before that. What you mean? Everything is lining up. They found him in late March, early April, and they found the cows in May. Late April, May. Hello. Of the same year, within a 60-day period from when they said they found their Messiah, they found the red heifers they've been looking for 2,000 years. And you don't think we in a different situation? Okay. They've been looking for these cows for you crazy. And they found them in 2025. Interesting. And you still think we're pre-tribulation, right? Now they're forcing the ID thing. Now we got the military on the streets. All of the stuff that the Bible said was gonna happen, but we pre-tribulation. Right. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get off. It was real good in 2020. It was real good in 2021. It was real good in 2022, and it was okay in 2023. In the middle of 2023, May, June, July, is when they stopped all the COVID help. All the pandemic EBT and extra money. Okay. Well, that was 3.5 years from 2020. January, roughly December to May of 2023 was 3.5 years. Everybody had money. You could get help with your rent. You was getting extra this, extra that. Everybody was eating crab boils. Now they eating cabbage and onion boils. The second 3.5 years it's already started. They're doing more staycations. Second half. God said all of the resources was gonna be gone. Okay? All the resources are leaving. Medicaid, housing, food stamps, any type of daycare assistance, money for businesses to keep them going just in case they're not making a profit, farms, their funding has been cut. Ain't that what he said was going to happen in the second 3.5? It's looking like it. He said the economy was going to crash and all kinds of stuff. All of that stuff is happening right now. Interesting. The food wasn't going to be no good and the animals was going to be sick and the water was going to be a funny color. You said they took my food stamps because I get $97 a week in unemployment. This is everything I'm talking about. And we talked about this in 2022. Because God told us why everything is extra. Do not waste your food stamps. Don't waste the extra money to help. Don't, if somebody is helping you do something, take that money and buy for when there's none. And a lot of people is like, we ain't doing that. We better keep doing whatever we want to. Well, now you got to deal with it. Because now you don't have what you had, right? I get it. Now you don't have what you had, but when you had it, you didn't do well with it. And that's scripture. The Bible say he going to give you something, a little. If you do well with the little, he'll give you more. But if you don't do well with the little that he gave you, he going to take even that away. It's a pretty spooky thing. So, I love y'all. I'm about to go. I hope y'all have a good night. We shall see how tomorrow goes. We shall see. I love y'all. Thank you, Miss Ida. The folks in NC still trying to get a from October. It's about to be October again. He told us it wasn't gonna be none. He told us it wasn't gonna be no emergency services and everything. Did he not? We talked about all of that in 22. You welcome. Didn't we? We knew the police wasn't gonna be around. The emergency people wasn't gonna. We knew all of that. We knew we probably wasn't gonna be able to get in the hospital. What they've been doing in the last 3 years, closing all the hospitals. Hello. He told us everything. He told us to stock up on medicine because you probably wasn't going to be able to get it in stores. Either going to be too expensive or there wasn't going to be able to get none to get. You're welcome. Yeah. So, I love y'all. Anything that anybody missed, like books and stuff, you don't gotta come in here and ask me about it tomorrow. It's everything is recorded on live, CERCA TROVA 22 on YouTube. So if you think you missed a book name or anything, you just go over there under the live tab and find today's date, and it'll be our most current live video always. Because people come in and say, I was in your class yesterday, and can you tell me that book? Because I picked up 6. Ain't no telling which one it was, but you can go watch the class and find out for yourself. Ain't no subscription, nothing or nothing. It's for, you can just go over there and watch it. Get all the information you need at your own pace. I'll see y'all.